Gina Barros, I know you were here. We were talking to you before. Gina Barros. Gina Barros. All right. Keon Brooks. Eric Bursitis.
Here.
Eric. Tom Burrows.
Here.
Thank you, Tom. Iris Cabrera. Phil Caponegro.
Here.
Thank you, Phil. Frank Carbone.
Here.
Thank you, Frank. Steve, can you hear me?
Now I can. Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. Thank you, Steve. Michael Chiricella. Michael Chiricella.
Here.
Teresa Cinciata. I can see you, Tish, but I can't hear you.
I'm here, Jerry.
All right, thank you.
Jerry's Mike Chiricello. I'm here.
I got you, Mike. Thank you. Giovanni D'Amato.
Here. I'm here.
I got you. Thank you. Aaron Drinkwater. Aaron Drinkwater. Dibinowski. Arthur Dibinowski. Elkins. Willis, can you hear me? I can see you. Hello? Willis Elkins. Can everyone else hear me?
Yes.
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 Yeah,
Yes.
I'm here.
Yes.
Okay. Amanda Foster.
Here.
Julia?
I'm here.
Julia Amanda Foster. Hello, Julia? Chairperson Fuller.
Yeah.
Joel Goldstein. Joel Gross. Alessia. Sonia? Oh my
Here,
God, it's gonna be
Sonia,
one of
Sonia.
those nights.
Jerry's hard, but I'm here. Jerry, Sonia's here.
I hear you. Moisha Indig. Bozina Kaminsky.
Present.
Thank you, Bozina. Avram Katz. William Klagsbald.
Here.
Ryan Coonan.
Here.
Thank you, Ryan. Yoel Landau. Yoel Landau. Lianza.
Marie?
Marie Lianza.
Yes, I'm here.
Abraham Leibovitz.
You hear me?
Yes, Marie, I have you. Abraham Leibovitz. Oh, Low. Trina McKeever. Trina McKeever. I don't know, the system's really acting up tonight. Sante Michelli.
I'm here.
Toby Moskovitz. Martin Needleman.
Present.
Rabbi Niederman. Karen Nieves.
Here.
Thank you, Karen. Mario Domaruk.
Joel Gross is present.
Thank you, Joel. Mario Domaruk. Janice Peterson.
Jerry, Iris Cabrera is present too. Sorry.
Thank you, Iris. Janice Peterson.
You hear me? I'm here.
I hear you now.
Okay.
Dana Racklin.
Present.
Thank you, Dana. Bella Sable. Bella Sable. Isaac Sofer. Robert Solano. James Stewart.
Present.
James?
Yes, I'm present.
Teague.
Here.
Thank you. Tommy Torres. Tommy Torres. William Vega.
Here. Vega here.
Thank you, William. Vieira. Maria Vieira.
Present.
Thank you. Steve Weidberg.
Here.
Thank you. Simon Weiser. Simon Weiser. Simon Weiser.
You hear me?
Simon?
I'm here. You hear me?
Thank you. "31 members answering the call."
Thank you so
I'm
much.
here. I don't know if you heard me.
Pardon me?
I got it. It's Trina. I don't know if Jerry heard me. I'm here. And Jerry,
have you-
Jerry.
You marked present, Trina.
Okay, thank you. Bella is here too, Jerry, but they don't have her hooked up right.
If she doesn't answer,
You heard me, Simon?
nothing I could do if they don't answer the call.
But here she is. She can answer right now. She's on my phone. She called Maria, and Maria knows she's on the wrong. They put her on the wrong hookup. So what are you going to do with her?
Now, Joel Landau, he doesn't know how to get his mic on. Can she call in? Can she call in from her phone, Jan?
How can you call in? Call in. Like you did before.
Yeah, let her dial in. Give her the number to dial in. Okay,
Okay.
thank you, everyone. Hopefully everybody had a happy, healthy new year. Our first item on the agenda is the Mayor's Office of Immigration Affairs. Information on the city's critical programming and resources under COVID. Mr. David Sosa. Mr. Sosa, are you here? Is Mr. Sosa here? Okay, we'll go to the next item. Presentation briefing on service provided at the Greenpoint, Williamsburg, and Jonathan Williams Clinics and Community Board 1, Small Business Initiative and Individual Access to Healthcare. Ms. Anastasia Sabalevi. Leslie Wright.
Hi, my name is Francisco Morales. Unfortunately, Anastasia was not able to make it. I will actually be doing the presentation on behalf of her and NYC Health and Hospitals. Is it all right if I get permission to share my screen? I do have a PowerPoint. If not, it's all right.
Okay, Marie, can you give him permission to share screen?
It seems like I haven't got permission just yet, but I can just give a quick overview.
Okay. Marie, are you there? Marie, are you there?
I think Marie is on the other computer trying to walk Miss Sable through the process, so.
Okay. Well, go
That's
ahead,
quite all right. All right. Well, again, it's already been mentioned. Happy New Year. Hope everybody has had a productive one. Again, my name is Francisco Morales. I am here on behalf of New York City Health and Hospitals and would like to thank the Community Board, also on behalf of Director of Community Affairs Cheryl Jones and CEO Cheryl Lewis. What we're here today to do is just to explain what our clinics offer and what they are. As far as that, the New York City Health and Hospitals, Gotham Health, is actually a network of federally qualified health centers that do offer patient-centered primary and preventive care services, as well as family medicine. And all three of those sites do offer primary care services, which also includes family medicine, pediatrics, women's health, and specifically Jonathan Williams does offer COVID-19 testing, which is something that the community affairs team has been diligently working on. As well as that, a very large, a very important thing that we try to push has been a program called NYC Care.
I put him on as a presenter. He should be.
Beautiful. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I know.
All right, so this is just the PowerPoint, just explaining this. So this is specifically tailored for the small business outreach, which is called Gotham Health Works. And like it says, it strives to provide high quality, confidential, and affordable healthcare service to you, your employees. Again, this is about the businesses, but specifically to the general public, it does not matter your immigration status. So let's say you do have a loved one or a friend who is afraid of making an appointment with a doctor. That is not something that they need to worry about because we do offer all of these services: COVID-19 antibody testing, specifically Jonathan Williams, employee health services, primary care and preventive care, women's care, and pediatrics. Now, these are the other locations that we do have, but specifically these are tailored to the Williamsburg, Greenpoint, and Jonathan Williams locations. One thing that we do like to use and is used nationwide is something called MyChart. It is an application that you can download on your phone and find on a website that lets you find any test results, check your medications, look at any past appointments and future appointments. And if you do want to switch doctors, you can do that as well. Again, it's really easy to use and we encourage everybody to use it. Specifically for the business owners that we have done outreach with, we've offered them distance barriers, floor decals, and window decals. And we know that it's been extremely important, especially during this pandemic, to make sure that we have social distancing and make sure that our businesses do stay safe, because without them, where do we get, where do we get our favorite meals and all of that? For anybody that does want to be a patient with NYC Health and Hospitals, we do have a very easy form that you can that they can fill out that just needs the basics, and it's something that gets passed on to another one of my coworkers who just makes an appointment. We reach out to the patient and let them know their appointment dates, and we do give them the option to televisit by phone or by Zoom call if they prefer, and then they can come back in for an in-person visit. Now, this video just touches more base on NYC Care, which is the program, again, that regardless of immigration status, you can get health insurance, and it can be from little to no cost. There is only one prerequisite, is that the patient does need to have been in the country for 6 months. This is just a little bit overview on what people say about MyChart. Like I said, during the COVID-19 pandemic, it's been extremely important for patients to be able to get their results. And because NYC Health and Hospitals does have its own labs now, you can get results between 24 to 72 hours. And that's made it much more convenient for anybody that doesn't need to go to work, because we do understand that that's been a very big part of trying to get back to normal. And this is the Workwell. This is one of the businesses that we were able to sign up with the owner and their employees. Again, we try to make it as smooth as possible, getting them to be a patient, and we do touch base with them just to make sure that everything went all right with their appointments, and then there is anything else that they do need. As far as the type of COVID-19 tests, I do know that the Jonathan Williams site was doing self testing, but I do not have any more information as of yet for that. But Jonathan Williams is a site that is specifically doing COVID-19 testing, and as well as the antibody test. These are the other Brooklyn sites: Midwood, Red Hook, Cumberland, and East New York, and they are doing the COVID-19 testing. These are just the other sites. We do have it in the Bronx, Manhattan, Queens, and Staten Island. And the reason we put these down is if, let's say you do need to get tested and you are in the area, you could just get in line. It is walk-in. There are no appointments necessary, and we can and you can get tested. We sign you up for MyChart if you don't have it right then and there, and then you can get your results in those 24 to 72 hours. Now, these are just some of the frequently asked questions that we have. If you or somebody you know does want to sign up, as well as the businesses, we have these two numbers that you can call, and you can email the community affairs team. And yes, your family can join. Like I said before, this is available for anybody that does need healthcare, and it is at any of the sites available. Again, I'd like to thank the community board for having me once again. And if anybody does have any questions, again, I'll leave the two numbers down that are available, and I can also leave the PowerPoint as a PDF in the chat.
Thank you, Mr. Morales. If anybody has any
Absolutely.
questions, the panelists can put them in the raise the hand. Or if anybody else have a question, put it in the chat, and Sonia look at the chat. Or you can try to send out a private question. That way we'll get all the questions. So if anybody have any questions, raise your hands or put it in the chat.
Yes.
Absolutely.
You have a question, Bogdan? Who has a question?
Chair Fuller's Jerry. Mr. Morales, is the center doing anything with the vaccines?
Yes, we actually are gearing up to get the vaccines out as soon as possible to the general public. We have been getting more updates from the president of NYC Health and Hospitals. As far as right now, I'm sure everybody knows it is anybody who is frontline healthcare workers. I myself will be getting the vaccine. But we are receiving day-to-day updates as far as when we will have the vaccine available. Again, any questions that you do have, I will also link the NYCHNH website, which does have updates day to day, where you can learn more about when exactly we will have it.
Thank you. Joe Gross?
You hear me?
Yes.
First, I would like to say thank you. I'm the president of Jonathan Williams Plaza Houses. The testing site is so significant. All the tenants are appreciating, and the entire community around is appreciating the service. They asked the question, we would like, once you have any idea when the vaccines is coming, to notify Community Board 1. And if you can notify me, so we can notify the tenants to go out and try to get the vaccine. As well as, you know, we have a lot of construction going on about the mall, to remove the mall and fix the leaks. I would like to make a priority all the construction employees to also get the vaccine like ASAP.
Yeah, of course. If you do leave your information in the chat, I can give that to my immediate supervisor, and we will definitely stay in touch. And again, the next meeting that you do have, I can let the community board know when we have the vaccine available.
No. I see no hands. Sonia, is there any question in the chat?
Ja, ja, 100%. Ja, graag. Dan zeg ik dat.
Sonia? Okay, there's a question. Do you know the
Hold on. Yeah, I'm trying to, yeah. There's the question. Do you know, will there be a vaccine site in Greenpoint especially? A neighborhood where Lucina's asking me this today.
Yes, most likely the way it's been rolling out.
Katie? What was that? Sorry.
Oh, no problem. Yeah, specifically, as far as specifics, I know there have been a number of clinics that have been making room so they can get the vaccine out. I know specifically the COVID testing sites have, some of them have pods where you do the test, but again, any of that information, I can actually be in touch with the medical directors and the the AEDs, the general directors, and we'll definitely ask them if they'll have an actual specific site in Greenpoint. As far as that, it's day-to-day updates and just making sure that the clinics are making room for that.
Thank you. I don't see any more questions. Thank you so much, Mr. Morales.
Absolutely. Again, thank you so much for having me.
You're welcome. Have a good evening.
You too.
Thank you. Is the mayor's office here yet on immigration affairs? Is there any elected officials on that would like to speak now? Is any elected officials on, Marie? Okay, we'll go on to the presentation of New York State Parks. Ms. Leslie Wright. New York State Parks, Ms. Wright.
Hello, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening. Thank you so much to Community Board 1, Chairwoman Fuller, for inviting me to join this evening. If I may share my screen, I'd like to show you in pictures the coming improvements to Marsha P. Johnson State Park next door to Bushwick Inlet Bushwick Inlet Park.
Okay, Marie, can you give her permission to share her screen?
By way of preview, while we handle the technology, I'd just like to say that the improvements to the park, last time I joined the meeting, we talked about the park house that is being built at the park. The park house will add public restrooms to the state park. It will add a meeting space for classrooms and school visits and any other community uses, as well as a small operations and maintenance space. That piece of the now site-wide improvements to Marsha P. Johnson State Park is actually underway now. The construction fence is up and the ground has been broken just in the past few weeks. If you walk by on Kent Avenue, you can see it right there. It's the siding of it, and I have a visual once I can share my screen. The siding of it is when you're right past the North 8th entrance on Kent, right by our big flagpole, you can see the footprint of the park house. It's small, but we're really packing in as many things as we can to enrich the park. The larger site-wide improvements include improvements of the pathways throughout most of the park, just upgrading them, making them more accessible to all modes of foot traffic, and for people who have mobility challenges, making them more accessible that way as well. We are going to repair and upgrade the stormwater drainage challenges that the property has always had since it's been a park. I don't know if you've ever noticed, but the land is actually kind of tilted. It goes down from the street down to the shoreline, and that just creates some pretty significant drainage problems when we have big rain events. So those are part of the site-wide improvements. In addition, we are renovating both of the two concrete slabs in the park. They need refreshment. They've been there since the property was made into a park. It predates the property as a park by many years. And so we will make those surfaces smooth again for community use, for events, for whatever park use is at hand. One of the two slabs will be decorated with a permanent mural after the park's new namesake, Marsha P. Johnson, celebrating, I now can share my screen. Here we go. Let me find this. Thank you all very much for your patience. Okay, so here is just a quick snapshot of the site-wide improvements. I know the print is too small to read, but it basically calls out the pathway improvements, the drainage improvements, the two slabs being completely renovated. We're not taking out any trees. We're adding trees to the site to add additional and very precious shade in the park. And the main thing that is significant too about this, before I go there, you notice these two, I guess they're elliptical shapes, actually 3 of them. Those are rain gardens and rainwater catch basins, basically bioretention basins that will act as sponges to help soak up the storm water that collects and help the park overall have better water flow as well as move water correctly through the park. What you see, I don't know if you can see my cursor, but you'll notice a dashed line around much of the perimeter of the park. That dashed line represents the construction fence that's going up in the coming week, really. And everything inside that dash line will be an active construction site or staging area for the construction. Yes, it is a lot of the park. The good news is the fence is going up in the coming days, and the even better news is that the fence will be down and the project will be complete by June of 2021. So during the coming months, park access, the entry will be limited to entering our dog run as usual from our next door neighbor, Bushwick Inlet Park. And then to get into the larger northern slice of the park that will be publicly accessible during the construction, you will enter through the gate from inside Bushwick Inlet Park to this pathway, if you can see my cursor, and be able to enjoy this lawn and down to the shoreline. Again, the good news is that this will be up for approximately 6 months, and when the fence comes down, everybody will be able to benefit from the improved park. Going into some of the more finer details, you've seen this before, the park house. It's small, but as we discussed, it's resilient. It's also has really terrific sustainability features insofar as being powered entirely by solar arrays on top. It will have restrooms. We'll have 2 gender-neutral restrooms. We will have a green roof to help absorb more of that rainwater and also just look great with more green on top. The funding for this project, very generously provided by Assemblymember Lenthal, City Council Member Steve Levin, and money from New York State Parks and our 501c3 affiliate, the Natural Heritage Trust. This part of the project, we call it Phase 1, is underway now. It will also be completed by June 2021. And here's a closer look. You'll see that the containers are now to be decorated in the park's coming signature colors that you've seen, the mesh, the decorative mesh on the perimeter of the park, announcing the park's new name. And we're picking up the flower motif, the colors on the park house to tie it all together. The second part of the project, we call it Phase 2, even though time sequencing wise, Phase 1 and Phase 2 will essentially occur at exactly the same time. These are the site-wide improvements. As you read here, it's several touches that provide interpretation, as well as very colorful and distinctive decoration to celebrate the park's namesake and to celebrate and interpret the movement that she represents. We are at last renovating the 2 concrete slabs to make them smooth and ready for all the events, all of the activities, whether it's just picnicking or I've seen this past year a lot of people playing tennis, badminton, basketball, just hanging out, enjoying them as picnic slabs. They'll be that much more amenable, and one of them will be decorated with this oversized mural. You'll see another picture of that in a minute. We're adding new furnishings to the park to both upgrade what's there and also reflect the property's industrial heritage. I mentioned the stormwater management improvements. That's stuff that most people won't see, but everyone will feel it, because the property will look and feel that much better because the stormwater's captured and controlled better. And then the paths that'll be upgraded for everybody. The interpretive treatment has 2 main touches. In between the park's remnant gantry walls, you all know very well, I'm sure, that the property is the former rail to barge terminal, and the wall remnants in the park house the gantries, the big structures that would lift rail cars onto ferries so they could cross the river and deliver goods to Manhattan, or sometimes vice versa. We kept the wall remnants in the park, and people enjoy them. Kids are climbing on them all the time. They kind of evoke runways, and our designers helped us come to the realization that they also help form a kind of perfect interior gallery in the park space, and that is what will be created here. This is the viewpoint. You're deep in the park with your back to the water, and you're facing Kent Avenue. Toward the top of the screen near the flagpole, you see the park house. And what we've done on the surface is invert the grass and the cobblestones. It's opposite that way now. We're refreshing the cobblestones using the historic cobbles, making them smoother though, so that it's that much more accessible, refreshing the turf, and then on the gantry walls themselves, decorating with interpretive materials that tell the story of Marsha P. Johnson's life, that tell the story of the movement that she represents, as well as much more information about the movement itself. You'll see these giant flowers. Marsha P. Johnson, among other distinctive traits, she wore flowers a lot in her hair, on her clothing. So our designers picked up this motif. They're giant, as you can see from the scale of this, and we're using them really as canvases to convey information, quotes. You see the code down here. Ultimately, this code, people will be able to tap into it with their phones and get even more information about Marsha P. Johnson and the LGBTQ movement and history. On the northern slab, this is where the giant mural will be. As you can see, it picks up the motif of the Gay Pride flag, as well as the flower motif, a couple of very distinctive quotes from Marsha P. Johnson, and just incorporates it into the place itself. You know, if you're up high in the sky, you'll see the whole thing. If you're down ground level, this is what it'll feel like. Inside each one of the flowers, again, there's more information. And so, you know, we can see it becoming kind of a game for people and certainly kids or the young at heart to kind of hopscotch from one place to the other and gather information, or just have the tremendous color as you know, ambiance and more vitality to this already incredibly kind of scenic and atmospheric park. So, you know, this is it. This is all happening very quickly. It's thanks to the governor's realization that this was a place to invest, not only invest dollars for the benefit of the park, but invest dollars to honor the namesake of the park. So I welcome any questions you have, and thank you again for inviting me to speak about the state park in the district.
Madam Chair, there's a question from.
Okay, thank you, Ms.
Katie?
Wright.
There's a question from Katie.
Go ahead, son.
The mural and building paintings seem really bright, huge, and overpowering to me, with no reflection of the historical industrial past. I understand it is the theme, but how was it approved? Also, what is the story with the Bible concession? The Bible owner has been around for longer than this park. Okay, so will Schwarzenegger, whatever, to be given a permit, and if so, why them and not Bible?
Thank you for your questions. The yes, the colors are very vibrant. You know, the park is about 7 acres, and the colors. You know, just to make sure I was clear, the mural is on one of the 2 slabs. The second slab or the other slab will not be decorated. So, and then the other colorful components are the area between the gantry walls. Otherwise, the park will have improvements that are not added color so much. So, you know, our goal is to balance and to take advantage of both the existing historic elements, the scenic quality of the park with that gorgeous skyline we have, and balance the two. With respect to, the next question was about BIBA and the license that BIBA has had on an annual basis for the last several years. You know, they're a great neighbor to the park. You're absolutely right. BIBA has been in the area much longer than the park has, and they've always been a great neighbor to the park. We share a boundary, and that's terrific. You know, it's been an annual permit, always with the understanding that the business is really I guess the simplest way to say it is, you know, since the neighborhood is so rich with bars and restaurants, and the park is small and kind of surrounded by bars and restaurants, the park never really sought out a concession because it didn't need one, and we wanted to make sure that the park space was open to everybody as much as possible. But when you know, BIBA has always been very eager to have a license to use a portion of one of the patios, and we've been able to accommodate that. They've been selective about the dates that they open up to the public. And, you know, the governor's initiative now is to decorate the entire patio. And BIBA is certainly welcome to apply for a new permit for park use, just like anybody else.
Madam Chair.
Thank you for your question.
Okay, there's another question from Kelly Kraus. Are these renderings available online somewhere?
Yes, they are. I can both share them via the community board. Also, they're on the, when the governor made his announcement about the rededication of the park, the renderings, there's a link to many of the renderings, and actually, I think a few more on that website. The 2 slides that I showed that gave the details are actually slides of the construction signs that'll be going up in just the next handful of days as well, just so you know.
Is there any more questions in chat, Sonia?
Yes,
Sonia, you left?
I'm sorry, I'm having a little bit of trouble. So Katie asks again that why does Schwarzenberg, whatever, get a permit and not Biba? Can you hear me?
This is it's Smorgasburg. She wants to know why does Smorgasburg get a permit and not Biba?
So Smorgasburg, exactly like Biba, has had an annual permit. They do not currently have an active permit. Smorgasburg did not have any permanent installation in the park, right? Biba does. And, Smorgasburg is an event that pops up periodically, during the warm weather months, every Saturday in the warm weather months. So right now, neither organization has a permit.
Okay.
Madam Chair, this is Deltig, and Sonia, there's some more questions in the chat.
Yeah, I'm just struggling with getting it out.
Board members have
It's been a hassle.
I can read it if you're having trouble.
Yeah, I can barely see it, but I'm just trying to pull up because I know Tom Burrows. I guess they would speak themselves, no, Madam Chair?
Yeah, can we recognize board members?
Yes, exactly. Tom is there. He's talking.
There, people have their hands raised in the panelist panel.
Yeah.
Hello, there's Tom Burrows and Ryan. They want some.
Are you authorizing us to turn on our mics?
No, I'm asking the Madam Chair if she.
Can people just start asking their questions so we can move forward? I mean, we're sitting in silence now. So who's the next question in the group chat? I think the next question comes from Tom. Tom, can you ask your question and then just go down like that? Like, why are we sitting here without speaking?
Tom, go ahead, ask your
Where's the
question.
chair?
Thank you. Ms. Wright, why is Smorgasburg have that whole dedicated slab, which is still marked out as a dedicated slab to the south of the painted slab? And they come out every Saturday for the most prime time usage of the park, from the spring to the fall. And you said you didn't seek a vendor, yet you have hundreds of vendors on that slab of concrete every Saturday during the spring and the fall. We've never heard how they get to apply for that permit when they show up, and yet they come to us asking for a liquor license. Why is it necessary for Smorgasburg to be in that state park, and how does the community get any input into the fact that they're there?
Thank you for the question. The image that you're seeing that I showed, let me go back to it. this image here. So just so everyone understands, this is an underlying photograph from the past. I'm not sure which year, quite honestly, onto which we've added the rendering of the mural, just so everyone understands that. As I think you all know, for a variety of reasons, COVID in particular, there was no food fair of any sort, not Taste of Williamsburg, not Smorgasburg. There was no kite festival rather, in 2020 in the park. We do not currently have any permits with Smorgasburg for a food fair in 2021. And as mentioned, BIBA's permit expired at the end of March 2020. So we are entertaining the notion, depending on COVID, of issuing an RFP for a food fair. Again, it would only happen safely, depending on what the status of the coronavirus is for P21. That will be a public RFP, and anyone is welcome to apply. But again, even with applications, the no food fair, no event will happen in this park or any other state park that is outside the current guidelines, health precautions for COVID.
When you write that RFP, can you speak to the community board's parks committee and the SLA committee so that the rules we have in the rest of Boeing apply to that park?
Well, no, it'll be a public RFP, but remember this is state land, so it's a different jurisdiction. So those rules, I do believe, however, having said that, there's really tremendous compatibility and cooperation as between the state and city parks generally in New York City.
Is that it, Tom? Tom, you finished?
Yes.
Okay, Santa, I saw your hand.
Hi, good evening. Yeah, I don't know if I have question, but probably I have a lot of criticism. I'm kind of astonished. I'm shocked that, yeah, probably some question will come. I mean, how much did it cost these murals? That these murals probably it's a message that can only be seen from an airplane. And while we are here in an overcrowded Williamsburg, and we are desperately needed for parks and open space and nature and grass, and the question is others, and for these murals, and why we haven't created more natural space that was so needed. You know, I mean, and honestly, and I have understanding of architecture, a place relaxing, there should be an overstation. You know, you can't even read anything. There is no message that can be read in person once you're on site. You're only stimulated by million of color. And what I understand, but we want to celebrate the person, but I don't think such a huge, overwhelming intervention was necessary. I feel insulted as a citizen. You know, I'm not against celebrating anybody that has had a role in society and whatever, but I'm astonished, especially then during COVID. We want to close an entire park, and I keep hearing that it's reassuring. The good news is that in June, the project says by the summer we're gonna have an open park. We need open space now. We can't afford to close any open space in our community today. Or we should access open space already. That's all what I have to say. And there's far more, hopefully, other fellow member will, because these deserve only critics from my point of view. No comments, no questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Elkins?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to go back to the issue with BIBA and the, as you stated in the presentation, you mentioned how there's not a need to have concessions there, and then in the next response to Tom, you said that you're going to be putting out an RFP for concessions in the spot where Smorgasburg is. And so I just don't understand how a tenant who's been there for so long and who's been an active member of the community is being pushed out of this ostensibly for space for a large mural, and why the minimal space that they have behind their building can't be factored into the painting on the slab of concrete. It's not like the entire mural is dependent upon that small space that Viva has. So I know Mark, he came and spoke to the Parks Committee, and I think he's, planning to speak tonight as well. And it just seems, it's just not great to be, basically forcing out a longtime tenant and community member and sacrificing their open space, which is so valuable for restaurants right now, just for a few more feet of an already very large mural. So I just feel like the state needs to answer to that and rectify the situation. Is there any way to change the scope of the mural that it doesn't include that small section behind the building?
Thank you for your question and comment. We've spent a good amount of time talking with Mark and his team on this, and really the vision is that given the power of the mural and the power of the vision, the whole slab is needed. And I just want to clarify one thing: we're by no means dictating whether or not Biba do business, right? We only have jurisdiction over the state parkland, and what they do business-wise inside the building is not in the state park department jurisdiction. So I just wanted to make sure that everybody had that clear too.
Thank you. Is there any other questions?
Yes, Del Teague, I have my hand up too.
Steve Chesler.
And Ryan.
And Steve Chesler has his hand up.
Ryan also, Ryan.
Okay, Ryan too.
I don't see any hands up. That's why I can't call your name. I'm looking at the list.
Okay. So
she shared in the chat, Ryan.
Dale, go ahead.
Okay, just let me tell you that I agree with everything everyone has said so far. And I understand that this is a state park and state land, but it's not some little piece of a big state forest. I mean, this is a very significant part of our community. It has a significant effect on our community. And I don't understand how it is that this community board and this community is not an integral part of the decision making. So what if it's state owned? This has a huge effect. And we've been complaining about the fact for a long time now about the fact that every week a huge percentage of this park is taken up by Smorgasburg or whatever, and the rest of the community, and these are on weekends when the community really needs this park. And the other thing I want to say is we loved the fact that this was our industrial park. It was a park that was not an industrial park, but that it maintained a really, really good sense of the industrial part of this community. And there are many people in this community who worked so hard to maintain that characteristic and to make it a park anyway. And this, to me, flies in the face of all of that, and without any community input. And the one vendor that this community has come to defend because he was so helpful when we didn't have any space was the owner of Biba. And I just don't understand how this is happening, and I don't think it's right. And I think the state has a real nerve ignoring the community board. None of the city agencies would do that. And to come and say to us, well, this is state property. This is a piece of very significant property in our community. That's all.
Thank you.
Hi, this is Steve Chesler. And I feel the need to pile on. I'm just trying to figure out, how, for previous, for the designs of the, the park house, the designs were brought to the community board and input was gathered. And, I don't know if it in the end influenced the design, but at least offered that consideration. I just feel like by gubernatorial edict, we're having this park design shoved down our throat. And yeah, as Sante said, I told all for commemorating and educating and celebrating Martha P. Johnson, but I feel like this is not the way to do it. I feel like this totally violates the spirit of the accidental playground, the industrial fabric, and the naturalism of this park. And it's blinding on the eyes. And so I'm just really resentful that the community wasn't consulted through the community board. And also, BIBA, again, has been part of the fabric of the park. There's a beautiful historic building. They've been a true partner. And it just seems pure common sense that somehow the design of this mural could be integrated with the space that he's been utilizing. So really, it's very frustrating that this design is happening in the way that it's happening.
Ryan, it's 7 o'clock also. We have to wrap this up too. Brian?
Dallas,
Yes.
there were 2 people who signed up from the public on this item.
Okay. Well, I know Ryan been trying to speak for a while. Ryan, are you still there?
Yep, I'm here.
Okay, can you be as brief as possible?
Of course. I have one question. Are we really getting 1 day notice in COVID as the city is possibly facing more lockdowns that our park is going to be closed for 6 months? Is that really like we get 1 day notice that the park is closing? Is that like the fences are going? I mean, I like literally can't believe that as we're entering into an austerity budget, essentially they're pushing this through to get it done fast so the money can be spent on this and not, I don't know, maybe housing, food, real things. Like in essence, again, supposedly to honor Martha P. Johnson, who I consider to be a hero, but this is being forced through so fast at the detriment of the people that Martha P. Johnson fought for. And I just have to say that also our park being closed is like during COVID is absurd. And it just proves that they're trying to push this through because they need to get it done. I don't know if it's so Governor Cuomo can come have a big event and pat himself on the back, but this community fought for this. And none of the people here that have designed it fought for it. And I mean, I'm going to let Mark speak for himself. People know that I've worked with Mark for years, so I'm not going to even really touch on the unfairness of the BIBA situation. But I just don't understand how we're getting 1 day notice of a park closure for 6 months. It's during COVID. I mean, in a normal year, that would be insanity. During COVID, it's criminal and unconscionable.
Thank you, Ryan. Marie, would you call the 2 speakers that want to speak?
Okay. Mark? Mark, can you hear me?
Yes,
Okay. Do you want you want to speak?
yes, please, yes. Good evening. Happy New Year. My name is Mark Lewicki. I'm the owner of buildings surrounded by the park. I run the BIBA event space. My concession license with New York State Park was created because they want to host the events but did not have the infrastructure. They needed to use my building for bathrooms, for Wi-Fi coverage, for security, and as a backstage. The lease was their idea as a transition away from concert to smaller scale community events like movie nights. It was not feasible to do the events weekly without the lease due to insurance and health laws. For years, I offered to build restrooms for the park in exchange for easement to build a glass elevator. They wouldn't sit down to have a meeting with me to discuss. I have constantly been dismissed as a nuisance, watching as Smorgasburg got permission to do things like a shipping container bar. My concessions stand went from a simple $50,000 project ending up costing over $200,000 after engineering and landscaping demands by the state. With our rent and 5% gross profit payment, We haven't even broke even on the building cost yet. Now that the current director has secured funding for her restrooms and the governor has decided our park is cool, I am being stripped of my backyard space for no good reason. I have been told Biba doesn't fit my vision for the park. I ask, why does this vision dismiss the community who helped build it? I have been on that corner for 45 years, back when the same government was actually harassing Martha Johnson. My soon-to-be-born granddaughter will spend her first days on that corner, hopefully still running the family's business here in 45 years, when all those government officials with a vision will have forgotten all about this park. Please stand in support of an immigrant-owned small business. This is struggling to survive gentrification and COVID. Ask the community to write a letter to Governor Cuomo in New York State parks, including our elected from Schumer to Levin, asking why small Polish business is being pushed out of the Martha P. Johnson for no good reason. Thank you, community, for having me. Thanks.
You're welcome. Call the next speaker, Marie.
Yes, Jimmy Carbone. Let me find him. Jimmy, are you here?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm Jimmy Carbone. I'm a New York City restaurant owner and event producer. Going back to 2012, I've been friends with Mark and his family, and I've hosted many events at their location. Some of them we used the park as well in the early days, but I just want to give credit to Mark for hosting, letting me host the events there. We featured for Cider Week New York, in terms of New York State, craft producers. Cider Week New York, the last few years, we featured the premier Cider Week event at Biba. We've hosted many other events with New York State producers of craft beer and cider and farm products. We think it's an integral part of the community, and that outdoor space is an important part of it. And I would also suggest that why not allow Mark to modify the outdoor space, because he's already using it as a community space. People come in and use the bathroom. If anyone's going to be in the Martha P. Johnson space, they're obviously going to want to use the concession for drinks and some food possibly and bathrooms at the least. And it could also be a place for regular gatherings. Mark's always opened his door, not just to me, but to so many other organizations in the community. You would think that wouldn't the governor or someone else want to have a nice gathering of people he's honoring at the Biba concession as well? I think that you're looking at an opportunity to create a better park with a better Biba concession, and all you guys have to do is realize that it's not interfering with the design, that it should be incorporated, and that Mark's building is the perfect community partner to be that. And thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. I see that there's a lot of discussion on this. Would everyone like for us to do the Lenthal and then come back to this?
No.
Yes.
Does anybody else have any questions on it?
There's a lot of questions in the chart, Madam Chair.
Yeah, well, okay, what we're gonna do, Leslie, if you don't mind, can we come back to you after we do this?
Certainly, sure.
Okay, we'll come back to this. Thank you. Could you, is Lenthal here? Is Lenthal here?
Yes.
Is Lenthal here? Yes. Okay. Hi, Joe. How you doing? Hello?
He's logging back on.
Okay.
I see him.
I don't see him.
He's muted. Just has to unmute.
Does he have a picture?
Yep.
Well, you got it. I don't.
I don't have it either.
How do you have it? Unfair.
He's
Unfair.
I don't have it.
You have the floor.
There.
To scroll.
He's there. Change your layout to grid layout.
I'm lucky I could open it up. You want me to change it to grid?
Yeah, we see
I
Joe.
see his little name there.
I don't see nothing.
Joseph, you're unmuted.
Hi, Joe. Hi.
Hey, Joe.
You must know how to use Zoom.
Hi, Joe. How you doing?
Happy New Year.
I can't even hear him.
But we see him.
We don't. Some of us.
I
do.
don't.
How are you
Oh,
seeing
yeah.
him?
I see him. Gotta switch it up.
I can't hear him.
I don't see him.
Oh, community board
you have the
off, Joe.
floor.
You have to do the layout. You have to change the layout.
You're very cute, Bozina.
We all love you, Joe. We all love you here from CB.
Well, we got to say something more substantive than that.
No, we appreciate everything that he did for the community board and for the community in general.
Is he getting on or what's happening?
They said you have to change the layout to see him.
I need to hear him so I can do the certificate.
Hey,
Marie, you have to click participants.
well, I
do the
guess we can
layout.
keep talking while you're doing it. I think Bozina's right. We can keep talking.
Yes.
Is that,
Okay, well, if everybody want to keep giving Joe accolades, I don't know if he can hear them.
Now his microphone is muted. It was on. Now it's unmuted.
Now it's
Yeah.
Joe, can you hear?
He's speaking.
I know
but we
you don't
can't
have
hear
to
him.
listen to us anymore.
I
Maybe
see
he's
his
making
mouth
this
moving, but I
quite
don't hear
clear.
anything.
Yeah.
Is he unmuted from your end, Marie?
Yes, he is, but I think they're trying to work on his end to make it work.
Okay.
Okay, he's unmuted. I think they're trying to get it to
Thank
work.
you.
If we can write also in the side things that we'd like to say, unless we said it all in the citation. I see Joe Lento and it's black.
I don't think it's the volume.
So can you speak to us? On my side, I see it's unmuted.
He's on now.
I saw your head.
I see him now.
All right, and some of us see him.
I heard him.
Can you hear me now?
Now.
I hear him.
Yes. Hi, Joe.
Yes.
There he is. I hear him.
I had to get
It's gonna be his new life. We're gonna cite him in different places. People say, I saw him here. No, I saw him there.
Let him speak, please.
All
Will
right.
y'all let me speak?
Yes, I was gonna say, it's the Alice, that Joe.
Madam Chair, the floor is yours, even though I don't have authority to give it to you.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you so much. And I wish you a happy, healthy, prosperous new year. And I would like to thank you for all the years that you've given your energy to this district and how you made us a better place to live. And you're gonna be a hard act to follow. And I've known you for many years, and I know all the hard work that you've done. So on behalf of the community board and myself, we'd like to give you the certificate of excellence. And it reads, Brooklyn Community Board number 1, Certificate of Excellence. This certificate of excellence is awarded to Honorable Joseph R. Lenthal, Assemblyman 50th AD, in recognition of outstanding performances for lifetime achievements, given at the first meeting of Brooklyn Community Board 1, this 12th day of January, the year 2021. Dallas Fuller Chair, Simon Weiser, First Vice Chair. Thank you so much, Joe, for all the work that you've done.
Yay!
Joe,
Now the floor is yours, Joe.
thank you, Joe.
Can you see it?
Yes.
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 All right.
Thank you.
I'll show it to everybody, and if I'm able to be heard now, I only have a few words to say, and most of them are encapsulated in thank you for this wonderful board, the Alice Fuller, Jerry Esposito, and especially all the board members who give of their time and effort to this community unselfishly all the time in order to make it a better place to live. And I can't tell you how happy I have been to be a part of your community as well as our community in Greenpoint and Williamsburg in an effort to make it a better place to live.
Sorry.
I'm sorry? In any event, thank you very much for the certificate. I really appreciate it. I appreciate you. Don't forget, I'm still going to be around. No matter what. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Joe. Now everybody can offer accolades, disguised as short stories.
I'd like to thank Joe Lenton, all NYCHA residents. He was like a grandfather to all residents in our district, Jonathan Williams Plaza, and Towers, development, houses, everybody, the seniors, middle-aged, is calling him the grandfather. Everybody always help us to help the residents with his boy Eric. Help what we need from mental office, even notice. And especially when we have the Pack and Rec program, we was always fighting the rights of the people, and we was having create a new because
Breaking up, I can't even.
We can't hear you, Joe. We can't hear you.
I would like to propose we should name a street after Assemblyman Joe Lentil. And I think everybody should take a month and think what is the best street to name after him. And he deserves it. 48 years of service. We should call a popular street on his name.
I
second the
motion.
That's a good idea. Excellent.
Great idea. Does anybody else want to offer accolades?
Sure, I would, yeah, we're talking about parks tonight, and Joe Lental is so instrumental in saving and creating new open space in our neighborhood, including East River State Park. That would have been, we would have had discussion today, wasn't for him. And then with saving the city storage site at Bushwick Inlet Park, now have a full 27-acre park that's, slowly being realized, but it wasn't for, Joe and Steve Levin bringing the city and the property owner together, there'd be a big hole in that park. So, and it's just been awesome working with you, Joe, on that issue and other issues with Emily and Eric and your whole staff. You're just awesome. So thank you. Thank you for your amazing service.
Thank you, Steve.
I'd like to say something, Delta. So on behalf of myself and also on behalf of the People's Firehouse, someone is to mute themselves.
Yo Landau.
Anyway, Joe, on behalf of the People's Firehouse and on behalf of myself, awesome is the word, really. You've been so special. We could go on for hours about all the things you've done for this community. You've just always been there. Nothing was too big or small a request, and you've always been there. So I just refuse to see this as, well, we're saying so long, or, you're retiring, because we still need you, and you can still be such an important and active part of this community. And I don't think there's a nonprofit who wouldn't welcome you on their board. And you just need to stay involved, please, because you're just such an amazing source of wonderful information, and you just are just such an amazing tribute to how a politician really, really can be of great service and can give great love to his or her constituents. So thanks, Joe.
Thank you, Dell.
Thank you, Dale. Rabbi Niederman?
I just want to say, I still don't believe it that you are not serving as the assemblyman. Let me just say, I think we'll just nominate you as ambassador at large to continue your wonderful work that you have done for so many years. There isn't a segment of the community, there isn't a ethnic or minorities or any part of the community that did not benefit of your heart and your hard work. We thank you for what you have done. And as I say, we beg you to stay with us, to stay with not only naming a park, not only naming a street, which I second, but be active with us. And I wish you success and happiness for many, many years to continue.
Thank you, Rabbi. Anybody else want to offer accolades?
I want to speak.
Go ahead, Jan.
Yeah, well, I think we've all just watched a horrendous situation happening in Washington. And I'm tying that to the kind of community you have helped build with the rest of us, a place where all diverse groups can feel that they're working together. When I look at you, you were from the Italian to the Polish to the African American to the Hispanic to women. You stood up for all the diversity that's been in our community and helped bring people together. When we've seen now for the last 4 years and for the last week how people can divide people and destroy democratic practice, I have even bigger appreciation. I've had appreciation for a long time about your work. But it's building democratic practice and building a way that we all that are sitting on this board have had different relationships with you, but we were included. We felt we had something to say. Not like the state park thing we just went through, but you helped restore and strengthen democracy here. So you are a part of being an ongoing ambassador. I think Rabbi Niederman has it right, and you need more than a salute. But on behalf of the National Congress of Neighborhood Women and GREC and Swing, we want to thank you for all your and.
Thank you, Jan. Is there anybody else that want to offer accolades?
I want to say something, Dallas.
You hear me? No?
On behalf of the
Somebody else is speaking.
on behalf of the Polish community, Joe, I would like to thank you for your leadership, for being the best politician and leader in our lifetime. I mean, since I'm here, I have not seen anybody so dedicated, so strong, and so powerful for the community as you. And not only that, you became a friend. You were there when we celebrated. You were there when we needed help. And this is unbelievable. You don't see that in politicians. The politicians always think about themselves and re-election. You always thought about the community. And from the bottom of my heart, I would like to thank you for all those years in service. And you will never be forgotten, that you're going to be missed. But if you're going to be in the neighborhood, we always have you part of our lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Bujina. I'll always be there for you.
Thank you. Tish? Tish?
Yes, I'm on. I see you, Joe. I want to thank you for all that you have done for the concerned citizens of Wither Street Area Block Association and the GREC plan for positive housing and health facilities. You were right on board there with Mike Watchford, all of the group there. And I just want to say, you're going to really be missed. I worked for you over 32 years, and I know the effort that you had considered in the community, people coming into the office with whatever problem they had. It was always helpful. Going to the Assembly and Rentals office right there in our community. Everyone that did go to for help was always help. So I really want to bring up, thank you. I worked with you, and I know in that office, everyone got taken care of. Whatever. And I've been on this board for so many years, as you have been an assemblyman. And I wish you well, and I know that you will continue.
It's not an election. When is the guy?
So thank you again for all of us at the planning board, and Gordon, Chris, and everyone in the community. 2060, 2040, we've all worked from your office specifically. We're gonna miss you, but we wish you well.
Thank you, Tish.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to give accolades? If anybody's not speaking, please mute your mic.
It's Toby.
May I, Madam Chair?
Yes, Tommy.
Madam Chair, Assemblyman Lento, thank you and congratulations on a wonderful career. I met you back in 1987 at MS 126 as a 7th grader, as a participant of the music program. You helped us with instruments. You helped us get to Albany on our bus trips, and 24-year career as an educator. On behalf of all the teachers and staff and the children of District 14, thank you for helping our students and our schools. And I know I wouldn't be where I'm at today without the support of individuals like yourself, Joe. I love you, and I wish you the very best on your next phase of your life. God bless you.
Madam Chair, this is Toby Moskowitz. Can I speak?
Yes.
So I wanted to say also, you know, this community board, this community, and our leader, you know, Mr. Joseph Lentil, really taught all of us what it means to be cohesive, what it means to support each other. We all come from very different backgrounds, different religions, different worlds. And I think the testament to what you created here, Joe, and the unity that we've seen in this very diverse community because of the example you set for all of us has allowed us to be in this moment. I think there's so much collaboration and so much love between the groups. We're going to you've been a visionary. We hope to keep seeing you around the neighborhood. And, you know, it's been an honor and a privilege to be a member of your community and to call you a friend. Really.
Toby. Thank you, Toby.
Thank you, Toby. Is there anybody else?
Yeah, Madam Chair, it's Desart Debanovsky. Can I say a few words?
Yes.
Yes, Joe, as a president of Pulaski Business and your neighbor, I just want to thank you for everything you did for the Polish community, all the communities in our neighborhood. I mean, I'm lucky enough to see you every day. I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for everything you did for me, for everyone, especially for Pulaski Business Association and for all of us. Thank you so much, Joe.
Thank you, Arthur.
Madam Chair, it's Karen Nieves. If I could say something, please.
Yes.
Joe, I just wanted to thank you from the bottom of my heart for all that you have done for this community, whether it's housing, whether it's environmental, economic development. You have been there for everyone. You've always had an open door. If anyone had an issue or a problem, you welcomed us. You tried your best, no matter what, to serve us. And I just want to say thank you. And it's your fault that I'm actually on the community board, because when I met you, officially met you, I remember when you used to campaign down my block on Diamond Street in the car with the horns. But officially, when I met you was at an ExxonMobil meeting. I was 18 years old. It was the first time that I got up and publicly spoke about the concerns about growing vegetables in my own backyard. And you came up to me and you said, don't worry, we're going to hold them accountable. And we did as a community. And you said, get involved. We need more younger people in our community to get involved. And it was because of you that I stuck with it, and I continue to fight on this community board and for the community of Greenpoint Williamsburg and CB1. So I just wanted to thank you from the bottom of my heart. I love you, and I know you're going to still be involved in the community, and you're not going nowhere because we're not going to let you. Mwah. Thank you.
I love you too.
Madam Chair, can I say a couple of words to Joe?
Yes.
Thank you. Joe, one of the biggest pleasures I had was meeting you in the park with your lovely wife. My dad always said you can judge a person by the friends they keep. And your wife and you are such wonderful people. And I want to thank you for creating a community of such good neighbors. When we moved into this neighborhood in 2005, I really felt this was the neighborhood that I was meant to have been born here in North Brooklyn. And you're responsible for that. So from the bottom of my heart, and your legacy will continue, not with just us, but with our children and our grandchildren. I mean this sincerely. Thank you so much for you and your wife's service to our community. Thank you.
Bella,
Is there anybody else?
Thank you, William.
Yes, Madam Chair, Frank Carbone here.
Yes, Frank.
Yes. Hey, Joe, I'm just going to say this. I've known you for over 40 years. Not that I'm that old, but I remember running when I was 12 years old with all my friends on Russell Street every time it snowed to come and try to shovel your snow first, shovel your sidewalk first. And it was a pretty intense job. But you were always a great tipper, so we loved it. We always battled over who was going to get to shovel. We rotated, whether you realize it or not. But Joe, you know, I'm going to say it very simply. You've always been my inspiration and a role model to me in everything that I've done, not only at St. Stan's, certainly at the Greenpoint Y. Again, you've been a true inspiration to me, and I've always tried to follow your lead. You've always been like a father figure to me. So again, I wish you all the best. I know I'm going to see you around a lot. And I'll just say this, you are the man, Joe. That's it. Love you.
Love you, Frank. Thank you.
and Joe, Bella, did you want to say something? Try to speak. Because this is the first day, Joe, you helped us with the women's swim. Bella Sable was appointed to the board and started today. That is what you helped us with. So she's on the call. I don't know if she can get through.
Congratulations, Bella. Being on the board, that's wonderful. The first Hispanic woman on the board, right?
Right, that's right.
Yeah, that's great. That's great.
We all change.
Anybody else?
Sorry, I just wanted to just say thank you to Emily and Eric and Joe's staff. Amazing, amazing, hardworking staff for all the years of your service, and we appreciate you too.
That's the peak to that list.
Thank you. Thank you. I have the best staff in the United States of America, and they're still with me. They don't want to leave me.
Of course not. Of course not. Anybody else?
Yep, Madam Chair, Jerry Esposito.
Yes.
Just to mention a few, when the state came to us and wanted to tear down the viaduct for the BQE, Joe got us money to hire and put up a temporary viaduct alongside the expressway so that the traffic didn't reel through our community. Kosciuszko Bridge replacement, Joe was there to make sure it was done seamlessly. 4 years on target, on contract. When the city came to us and wanted to actually close the Williamsburg Bridge, I don't know how many people remember that. Joe was there standing with us side by side. The mobile oil spill was already mentioned, the 2005 rezoning, and least we forget the beating up of Mayor Bloomberg to get $38 million to restore the McCarran Park pool. Joe was forefront on all these projects and many, many more that I'm probably leaving out. But on behalf of myself and my staff, Joe, I sincerely thank you. And I thank you, your staff, and let's not forget Kathy Peak up in Albany,
Right.
always there when you need her. And Joe, thank you. God bless. Long life.
Thank you, Jerry.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? You have anything else to say, Joe?
Yes, I do. You guys have been wonderful tonight. I appreciate this award. And as I said earlier, I'm going to be around. So don't think I'm not going to speak out on all of the issues of the day like I've always done and like I'll continue to do. Thank you for tonight. I love you all. Keep up.
Thank you so much, Joe. Well, thank you and your staff for all the help that you've done. And they were always there for Community Board 1. And I just wish you Godspeed, and we're going to look forward to you getting in some good trouble in the neighborhood. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Okay, we're going to go back to the parks presentation.
Please speak on it. I had my hand up, I know. Are you
Right still here? Well, you have something else to say, Jan?
I wanted to speak on the park.
Is Miss Wright still here?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes. Jan had a question or something.
Well, I'm concerned and maybe it'll seem again off the line, but I remember meeting with you, Ms. Wright, and women were talking about a plan for that park a few weeks before this one was announced. And I'm quite concerned with what other people are saying tonight is that the lack of democratic practice and participation with the community on this park, not only who it's honoring, or the way it's designed and how it's being used. And in light of what's happening again in our country, when we look at our country being torn apart, we have to really be stepping up to the plate of carrying out democracy at the local level. If we don't take seriously the democratic practice, we're going to keep on splitting our country apart. So I want to put that in. So I'm hoping that we can have more time to talk about taking into consideration the points our members have brought up tonight.
Thank you.
Dana, you have a question?
I just would like clarification because I feel like this was glossed over when it was asked, is it not possible to change the mural so that BIBA could have this space? You said, oh, we looked into it, but it's not possible. Can you explain more of that? Like, what exactly did you look into and why exactly is it not possible? Because it goes back to the democratic process. I'm just, I deal a lot with different people who do renderings of public space. What is the restrictions that you're seeing that would not allow for BIBA to have access to that space as it has?
So I think that's a little bit of confusion, and maybe I misspoke, so I apologize for that. The mural will cover the entire slab. We're restoring both slabs so that they're smooth. They're old and they've got a lot of cracks and they've been patched in various places at various times. So, they need to be refurbished, and that's number one. Both slabs, the entirety of both slabs need to be refurbished. So that's what we're doing. And the one slab will be decorated with a mural, and the design intent is that the entire slab be decorated with a mural. BIBA, like anybody else in the community, can apply for a park use permit to use parts of the park, including parts of that patio. So just know that is a wide open possibility for them or anyone else in the community.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
there was a question from Katie, and she's asking, can this be brought before the Parks Committee? Can the CB vote on this all and write to the governor and get backing from their local elected officials?
Could you read the question again?
Yes, can this be brought before the Parks Committee? Can the CB vote, can the Community Board vote on this all and write to the governor and get backing from the local elected officials? Is that possible? She's asking.
Does this require community board vote? I don't think so, does it, Ms. Wright?
It does not.
Would you like to come to the committee and further discuss this with the community?
I'm always happy to attend the meeting, sure.
Okay. Well, we'd like for you to come to the Parks Committee, and you'll probably need to go to SLA. I'm not sure. Tom had mentioned something about that. So if you can bring this issue to the Parks Department Committee and further give it some discussion with the community.
I'm happy to meet anytime.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other questions?
There's also been question about the cost of the mural, the entire project. What is the cost of this mural and the entire project?
The entire project comes in, including the park house, comes in at $14 million. Again, it's extensive site-wide drainage, infrastructure work. It's replacing both of the slabs. It's building the park house with its amenities. It's rather extensive pathway work site-wide, as well as all of the decorative elements, decorative and interpretive elements, and signage throughout the park.
Okay, thank you.
Certainly.
Is there somebody had a question? Okay, if there's no more questions, thank you, Ms. Wright. We would like to have a joint meeting with SLA and the Parks Department with you. And those two committees will get together and come up with a date and send out a note. Yes.
Thank you. May I?
Wait, hold on. There's also another question. Did they have community scoping to ask what the community was interested in?
You know, we've had extensive meetings with focus groups from the LGBTQ plus community and other meetings specifically with respect to the park house going back a couple of years. As sadly, the first couple of times we did that, we came up with bids that were way too expensive. And Madam Chair, could I just clarify one thing?
Yes.
With respect to the suggestion that the state appear before the city state SLA, I'm not quite sure what that connection is. I'm happy to understand that, but the state is not applying for any liquor license. Instead, it would be anyone who has a park use permit or other concession agreement that would have to, my understanding, get the license from the SLA rather than the state itself. So I'm not really in a position to speak to that.
I have one additional question. This is Trina. Is it possible for the construction to be staged in such a way that part of the park can remain open? Do you have to close down the whole park?
So the northern part of the park will be open, and because the park is small, and because we decided to take the approach of to do it as quickly as possible. And because the drainage work in particular and the pathway work, that touches on most of the park. So to get to an economy of scale and also provide staging area for the contractors with their necessary equipment and vehicles and stuff. This seemed to be the most efficient way. But again, the dog run will be completely open and accessible as it always is. And the northern lawn portion of the park and the waterfront will be open and available. You just have to enter through the city park next door.
Is there any other questions? Okay, there being none, thank you so much, Ms. Wright, and have a good week.
My pleasure. Thank you so much for having me again. I appreciate the time.
You're quite welcome. Assemblywoman Marissa Davila is here. She'd like to speak.
Mental for all that he has done all of these decades. We're going to be missing him dearly in Albany, to say the least. But I wanted to say Happy New Year to everyone, all the board members. I wanted to also talk a little bit about what we are going to be focusing on in Williamsburg this year. We do have the house, thank you, Jesus, or whatever higher power is up there. But BQ Green is one of the biggest projects that we would like to tackle this year in Williamsburg. We have a lot of work to do together, and I just wanted to get on and wish everybody a happy new year. Sorry to all of those that lost family members under this pandemic. We had a lot of problems with food insecurity. We were out there doing what we needed to do and ensuring that people had food during this pandemic. And we still have a lot of uncertainties that we're dealing with at this point. But we're getting a little bit better, a little bit at a time. And I just wanted to get on and just say thank you to all of you for your service. Anything that you may need from me, my office is not physically open, but you can definitely call. My staff is working.
There.
And most of you, I
Please.
think, most of my friends have
Really
my
good?
number.
Excuse me, Marissa. Rabbi, would you please mute yourself? I'm sorry. Go ahead, Marissa.
No, I just wanted to thank all of you and wish everyone a happy new year and prosperous one and a better one and a healthy one. If anyone has any questions for me, I'd be more than happy to answer them. But thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Assemblywoman. Does anyone have any questions for the Assemblywoman? Okay, being no questions, I'd like to thank you, Marissa. I would like to wish you a happy, healthy new year. Stay safe, stay
Yes.
healthy. Thank you.
Happy New Year, Assemblywoman. Love ya.
Thank you.
Very much.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is, where were we? Okay, liquor license. Is there any comments for the liquor license? Tom, is there anything for liquor license?
Well, I just want to remind everybody to read the list, note the places that are nearby. If there's any issues or things that have happened, let me know. It looks like a couple of them on that first list are trying to upgrade themselves from wine and beer to full liquor. And there's 17, like I said, there's 17 new ones and the renewals. Anything about any of the renewals or a problem, let me know. We're trying to go to our new system to get people to come online and talk to us about their application. So if anybody has anything to say about any of them, please get them to us, okay?
Thank you, Tom. That concludes our public session. Now we'll go into our board meeting. Can we have a moment of silence, please? And let's dedicate our moment of silence to peace. Thank you so much. Jerry, could you call the roll? As before, though, if you're not speaking, please mute your mics.
Gina Argento. Gina Argento. Bogdan Bakarowski.
Present.
Lisa Bamonte.
Present.
Gina Barros.
Present. There was
Thank
an outage, a spectrum outage before, so just to know.
Tion Brooks.
Present.
Eric Brusitis.
Here.
Tom Burrows.
Present.
Iris Cabrera.
Present.
Phil Caponegro.
Here.
Frank Carbone.
Here.
Stephen Chesler.
Here.
Michael Chirichella. Michael Chirichella. Cinciata. Teresa Cinciata. No answer. Giovanni D'Amato.
Here.
Who is that? Who is that? Tish? Hello?
Present.
And I'm here too, Giovanni D'Amato.
I didn't get to you yet, but thank you. I don't know who that was.
Present. Present.
Michael Chirichella. No answer. Nope. Tish? Teresa Cinciata.
I'm here.
Thank you. Giovanni D'Amato.
Here.
Thank you. Aaron Drinkwater.
Here.
Thank you. Arthur Dibinowski. Arthur Dibinowski.
Here.
Thank you. T. Willis Elkins.
Here.
Thank you. Julia Amanda Foster.
Here.
Thank you. Chairperson Fuller.
Here.
Joel Goldstein.
Here.
Thank you. Joel Gross.
Here.
Thank you. Sonia Iglesia.
Here.
Thank you. Moisha Indig. Moisha Indig. Moisha Indig. No answer. Bozina Kaminsky.
Present.
Thank you. Avram Katz. Avram Katz. Avram Katz. No answer. William Klagsbald.
Here.
Thank you. Ryan Coonan.
Here.
Thank you. Joel Landau. Joel Landau.
Here.
Thank you. Greeley Anza.
Here.
Thank you. Abraham Leibovitz.
Present.
Thank you. Joel Lowe.
Here.
Thank you. Trina McKeeva.
Here.
Kiva, thank you. Sante Michelli.
Here.
Thank you. Toby Moskowitz. Thank you. Martin Needleman. Martin Needleman. Martin Needleman.
He's here, Jerry. I see him trying to talk.
Marty, you have to unmute yourself. Marty Needleman.
He's trying. He's talking.
I'm trying to.
I see you. Rabbi Niederman.
Here.
Thank you, Rabbi. Karen Nieves.
Here.
Thank you. Mario Domerick.
I'm here.
Thank you. Janice Peterson.
I'm here.
Thank you. Dana Racklin.
Present.
Thank you. Bella Sable. Bella Sable. Bella Sable. No answer. Isaac Sofer.
Sound like she said she was here, Jerry.
Yeah. Okay. Isaac Sofer. Isaac Sofer. Robert Solano. Robert Solano. James Stewart. James Stewart. James Stewart. No answer. Del Teague.
Here.
Thank you, Del. Tommy Torres.
Present.
Tommy Torres. William Vega.
Present.
Thank you. Maria Vieira.
Present.
Thank you. Stephen Weidberg.
Here.
Thank you. Simon Weiser.
Here.
Thank you.
By the way, Katz and he's trying to. He's on the line. I don't hear him.
Hello.
Simon, can you unmute yourself, please?
Who is that?
Simon.
Katz, he just spoke. Ask for Katz again.
Hello.
Who is that? Who's speaking?
I'm from Cats.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Katz.
I'm Yolanda. Do you hear me?
Yes, I have you marked present.
Thank you.
Isaac for you.
With Mr. Sulfur, 45 members present.
Thank you, Jerry. Can I have an approval of the agenda, please?
Caponegro,
Liederman. The second, who second?
Caponegro,
Bill Caponegro, all in favor?
aye.
Yes?
Aye.
Aye.
Against? Is there any abstentions? Motion carried. Approval of the minutes. Can I motion to approve the minutes?
I make a motion, Bozina Kaminsky.
I second Iris Cabrera.
Motion made and second by Bozine, second by Iris Cabrera, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Yes?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Against? Abstentions? Motion carried. Committee reports? Yes, Ellen.
There is a written report, so everybody make sure you read it. There wasn't a lot to vote on this month. The renewals go into the report. It talks about that there was a short list of renewals. We have no problem with that list of renewals, other than we are asking that a letter be sent to the SLA to inquire about what address applies for Giondo on the Water. It's one or more of those addresses listed on their application is a high-rise apartment building, so their license needs to be looked at to make sure it's covering the right property. So we recommend at the full board recommend approval of the 6 renewals that were on the calendar. Okay. Make a motion on that?
Yes.
Who's making a motion? Somebody making a motion?
I would like to make a motion to approve that.
I'll second Caponegro.
Okay. Roll call vote, please. What was the motion, Tom? You had 3 items?
No, it was that there's the 6 renewals that the board recommend their approval.
No,
Okay, 6 approvals.
Or renewals.
Mr. Advisor, yeah.
Yes, we hear you.
Yeah, I'm listening.
Okay, a motion has been made and second that we approve the 6 renewals. We have roll call votes, please, Jerry.
Mute. Oh, okay. I think it's mute now. Hello? I put mute. It's mute now.
Jerry?
Yeah, I'm waiting for whatever is going on to stop. But Gina Argento, Bogdan Bakarowski,
Yes.
Lisa Bamonte,
Yes.
Barros,
Yes.
Tion Brooks,
Yes.
Eric Brusitis,
Yes.
Tom Burrows,
Yes.
Iris Cabrera,
Voice.
Iris Cabrera. No vote. Phil Caponegro,
Yes.
Frank Carbone.
Yes, say yes.
Was that Iris?
Yes.
Thank you. Couldn't hear you before. Mr. Chesler.
Yes.
Yes. Michael Chirichella. Teresa Cinciata.
Yes.
Teresa Cinciata.
Yes.
Giovanni D'Amato.
Yes.
Aaron Drinkwater.
Thank you, Wally.
Yes.
Arthur Dibinowski.
Yes.
T. Willis Elkins. T. Willis Elkins.
Yes.
You see me?
Julia Mather Foster.
Yes.
Joel Goldstein.
Yes.
Joel Goldstein.
Yes.
Joel Gross.
Yes.
Sonia Iglesia.
Yes.
Moisha Indig.
Mm.
Bozina Kaminsky.
Yes.
Avram Katz.
Yes.
William Klagsbald.
Yes.
Ryan Coonan.
Yes.
Yoel Landau.
Yes.
Marie Leanza. Marie Leanza.
Yes.
Abraham Leibovitz.
Yes.
Yoel Lowe.
Yes.
Trina McKeever.
Yes.
Sante Michelli.
Yes.
Toby Moskowitz.
Yes.
Martin Edelman.
He lost the connection.
Martin Edelman.
He was there earlier.
His thumb is up and he's saying yes.
Rabbi Niederman.
Yes.
Karen Nieves.
Yes.
Mario Damrock.
Yes.
Janice Peterson.
Yes.
Dana Racklin.
Yes.
Bella Sable. Bella Sable. No vote. Isaac Sofer.
Yes.
Robert Solano. James Stewart. Del Teague.
Yes.
Tommy Torres. Tommy Torres. William Vega.
Yes.
Yes,
William,
Tommy.
Yes for Tommy. Mr. Vega.
Yes. William, yes.
Maria Vieira. Can only vote once. Maria Vieira.
Yes.
Stephen Weidberg.
Yes.
Simon Weiser.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. Only get one vote. $43 in the affirmative. Motion passes.
Thank you so much, Jerry. Now it's time for the elections, Jerry.
No. Oh, wait. Oh, okay. I'll do the other half later.
Yeah, it's time for the elections.
Okay.
Do you want me to continue?
I'm doing the election.
Yeah, Madam Chair. Hello.
Yes.
Okay, so in order to make this as painless as possible, when I call your name, I will then call the position. Kindly answer with the name of the candidate that you're voting for. Okay.
Oh, no. I need the list.
I'm sorry, in the past, we've heard from contested seats, and I wonder if we could maybe do that for the chair position?
I'm sorry? What is the question?
In the last election,
The members have to vote for each position, whether contested or not contested.
no, I understand, but I remember in the last chair election, we did have a moment for speeches, but
Nobody said they didn't submit that they want to speak, Eric.
The bylaws required advance notice from the candidate.
Okay.
He chose to speak. No one requested time to speak.
Okay, that's fine. Just wanted to,
So again, I'll call the board member's name, and I'll call a position. Kindly respond with your choice for that position. I also have to call the positions that are uncontested. They still have to be voted into office per the New York State Public Officers Law.
Can I ask a question? Toby?
I was just going to say before I begin, does anyone have any questions?
Yeah, so I just want to ask, is something sent around with the candidates?
I'm sorry?
Was there an email sent around with the candidates?
Was sent with the meeting notice.
Pull it up, I have.
Was?
It was sent with the meeting notice per the bylaws.
It's at the bottom.
Can I ask everybody to mute themselves if you're not speaking so we can get rid of some of the background noise? Please mute yourself if you're not speaking.
It's at the bottom.
Can we put the list of the candidates on the screen? It's gonna make it easier for everybody.
Are we ready?
Yes. If we can get rid of the background noise, there's a lot of background noise. Please mute yourself if you're not speaking.
Gina Argento. Gina Argento? Absent. Bogdan Bakarowski.
Yes, here.
For chairperson, how do you vote?
Führer.
I'm sorry?
Madame Führer.
Okay, Fuller. Okay, thank you. For first vice chair, how do you vote?
Mr. Simon.
Thank you. For second vice chair?
Gina.
No, second vice chair.
No, that was Simon and the second vice chair.
There's one candidate for second vice chair. That's Miss Teague.
Miss T, right? Yes.
So how do you vote?
Miss T.
Okay, thank you. For third vice chair?
Who is that on that? Because I don't have the list handy.
It's Miss Barros or Miss Foster?
Miss Barrows, please.
Miss Barros, so noted. For financial secretary?
That is the position that is the lady holding right now.
Yes, Miss Vieira.
Yes, Miss Vieira, that's correct.
Is that who you vote for?
Yes,
Okay, Miss Vieira. For recording secretary?
that's Sonia.
Yes. Member at large?
Mike Caponegro.
That's Phil's brother, but yes.
Yes, yes.
Only kidding. For attendance committee, you can vote for 1, 2, 3.
Okay, what's the names?
Mr. Brzaitis?
Yes.
Mr. Michelli?
Yes,
And Rabbi Niederman?
yes, 3 of them, yes.
Okay, thank you. That completes your ballot.
Thank you.
Lisa Bamonte,
Carrie.
for chair.
Chair Fuller.
For first vice chairperson.
Simon.
For second vice chairperson.
Del Teague.
For third vice chairperson.
Ms. Barros.
For financial secretary.
Ms. Vieira.
For recording secretary.
Sonia.
For member at large.
Phil Capronegro.
For attendance committee.
Rabbi Needleman. Baritis, and I'm sorry if I'm, all 3 of them. It's fine.
Okay. It's
Okay.
I really need you to say it. I'm sorry. So it's Mr. Brzaitis,
Mr. Brzaitis,
Mr. Michelli,
Mr. Michelli,
and Rabbi
Needleman.
Needleman. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I don't want anybody to contest if you say for whatever, and then we don't have it. But anyway,
Thank you.
thank you.
No problem.
Gina Barros. Gina,
Yes, I am here. Do you hear
all
me?
right? How do you, yes, I can. For chairperson,
Miss Fuller,
for first vice chairperson,
Simon Weiser,
yes. For second vice chair,
Del Teague,
for third vice chair,
Gina Barros,
for financial secretary,
Maria Vieira,
for recording secretary,
Sonia Iglesia,
for member at large,
Phil Caponegro,
for attendance committee,
Mr. Eric Bosides, Mr. Santi,
Michelli,
and who's the last person?
Rabbi Needleman.
Rabbi Needleman.
Thank you. Tion Brooks.
Yes, present.
Yes. How do you vote for chairperson?
Chair Fuller.
For first vice chair,
Dana.
thank you. Second vice chair,
Del Teague.
third vice chair,
Julia Foster.
thank you. Financial secretary,
Maria Vieira.
thank you. Recording secretary,
Sonia Iglesia.
member at large,
Phil Caponegro.
attendance committee,
Eric Bruzeski. Santi Michelli and Rabbi Niederman.
thank you, sir.
Thanks.
Eric Brusitis,
Here.
how do you vote for chair?
Chesler,
First vice,
Racklin,
second vice,
I don't have that list actually, so I'm gonna.
well, you can either, the rest of the candidates are uncontested, but you still have to register a vote or abstain. So second vice chair, Del Teague,
Yes.
you're voting for Del Teague.
Teague, yes.
Yes. Third vice chair, it's Gina Barros or Julia Foster.
Gina Barros.
And I'm reading the names in alphabetical order.
Okay.
Per the bylaws.
Yeah.
Financial secretary,
Stephen Weinberg.
no, it's Maria Vieira.
Sorry, Maria Riera. Sorry. Sorry.
Recording secretary,
Sonia.
yes. Member at large,
Phil Caponegro.
yes. And the attendance committee,
Eric Brusadas, Rabbi Niederman, and Santi Michelli.
thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Tom Burrows, for chairperson, how do you vote? Tom? Tom Burrows.
Wait. Where's my microphone?
I
I've
hear you
lost
now.
it.
I hear you.
You hear me? Okay.
Yes. How do you vote,
Somehow I-
chair?
Steve Chesler.
First
Okay, there I
vice,
am. Dana Bracklin. I lost my list.
second vice,
Okay, I lost my list. Hang on. I don't know where my list went. I had it on my screen. Oh, Del Teague.
third vice,
Gina Barros.
financial secretary,
Maria Vieira.
recording secretary,
Sonia Iglesias.
member at large,
Philip Caponegro.
attendance committee,
Eric Brusadas. Sante Michelli. Rabbi Niederman.
thank you, sir. Iris Cabrera,
I'm here, but I don't find the list, so I'm gonna need you to say the name, please.
okay, again, alphabetical order for chairperson, Stephen Chesler or Dialis Fuller.
Diallo.
First vice chairperson, Dana Racklin or Simon Weiser.
Simon.
Second vice chairperson, Del Teague, unopposed.
Delty.
Third vice chairperson, Gina Barros or Julia Foster.
Gina Barrow.
Financial secretary, Maria Vieira, unopposed.
Maria Vieira.
Recording secretary, Sonia Iglesia, unopposed.
Sonia Iglesia.
Member at large, Phil Caponegro, unopposed.
El Caponegro.
Attendance committee, unopposed, Eric Brusitis, Sante Michelli, Rabbi Niederman.
Eric. Rabbi Nirama, and what was the other name?
Sante Michelli.
Santa Michelli. Sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Phil Caponegro, for chairperson, how do you vote?
You with me, Jerry?
Yes, sir. How do you vote?
Fuller. Weiser.
Hold on. I got a sheet. Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Del Teague.
Yes.
I'm going to abstain from the next vote, Jerry.
Okay.
Maria.
Yes.
Sonia.
Yes.
Myself, of course.
By name, sir.
Oh, Phil Caponegro.
Thank you, sir.
And Eric.
Yes.
Rabbi Needleman, and,
Yes. I'm sorry, it broke up there.
sorry, Sante.
Okay, and Rabbi.
got
Okay,
it.
thank you. Frank Carbone.
Fuller,
Okay,
Simon Weiser,
okay,
Teague,
got it,
Julia Foster,
got it,
Maria Vieira,
got it,
Sonia Iglesia,
got it,
Phil Caponegro,
got it.
Sante Michele,
Yes,
Rabbi Niederman,
yes,
and Eric Brusitis.
yes, thank you. They should all be as easy as that. Mr. Chesler.
Stephen Chesler for chair. Dana Rockland for first vice chair. Del Teague for second vice chair.
Got it,
Gina Barros for third vice
got
chair.
it.
Sonia Iglesias for,
You skipped Vieira, are you,
oh, sorry. Okay, Maria Vieira for financial secretary.
okay?
Sonia Iglesias for a recording secretary.
Yes,
Phil Camponegro for member at large.
yes,
Sante Michele, I'm sorry, Eric Brisadis, Sante Michele, and Rabbi Niederman for attendance.
got it, thank you. Michael Chiricella. Michael Chiricella? Michael Chiricella. Absent. Teresa Cinciata.
Delise Fuller for chairperson.
Got it,
First vice chairperson, Simon Weiser.
got it,
Second vice chairperson, Del Teague.
got it,
Third vice chairperson, Gina Barros.
got it,
Financial secretary, Maria Vieira.
got it,
Recording secretary, Sonia Iglesias.
got it,
Member at large, Phil Caponegro.
got it,
And the attendance is Eric Rosales,
got
Sante
it. Yes.
Michele, and Rabbi David Niederman.
Thank you, Tish. Giovanni D'Amato.
I'm
Giovanni?
here. No, I'm here.
Okay.
All right. I just wanted to get the ballot up. So for chair.
For chairperson,
Chesler.
can you speak up a little, please?
You hear me?
Yes, but barely.
Chesler.
Yes. Yes.
Got it? Okay.
Yes.
So then Dana for vice chair.
Dana. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Del.
Yes.
Julia.
Wait a minute. 1 minute.
Oh.
Got it.
Okay. Maria.
Got it.
Sonia.
Got it.
Phil.
Got it.
Eric.
Got it.
Sante and
Got
Rabbi
it.
Niederman.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
Aaron Drinkwater. Aaron?
For chair, Steve Chesler. For first vice chair, Dana Rockland.
Get 1 minute. I'm going down the line. What? Oh, for first vice?
First vice, Dana.
Okay.
Second, Del.
Yes.
Third, Gina.
Yes.
Financial secretary, Maria Rivera.
Yes.
Recording secretary, Sonia Iglesias.
Yes.
Member at large, Phil Caponegro.
Thank you.
And then attendance committee, Eric, Sante Michele, and Rabbi Niederman.
Thank you. Arthur Dibinowski. Arthur?
Okay, yes, first one is going to Ms. Fuller.
Okay.
Del T.
Wait. First vice was who?
Simon.
Okay.
Then it's Del T, second vice.
Yes.
Then Gina Barros.
Yes.
Maria Vieira.
Yes.
Sonia.
Yes.
Phil.
Yes.
Eric.
Yes.
Rabbi Niederman.
Yes.
Sandy Michele.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
T. Willis Elkins.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, Steve Chesler for chair.
Okay.
Dana Racklin,
Okay.
Del Teague,
Yes.
Gina Barros,
Yes.
Maria Vieira,
Yes.
Sonia Iglesia,
Yes.
Phil Caponegro,
Yes.
Brusadas,
Yes.
Michele, and Niederman, Rabbi Niederman.
Thank you, sir. Julia Amanda Foster.
It's
Julia?
me,
Yes.
Chairperson Fuller. I don't know why we have an echo.
That's okay, as long as I can hear you. Go ahead.
Simon,
Yes.
Del Teague.
Yes.
Sorry, Gina, myself. Julia.
Maria, yes.
Maria Vieira.
Yes.
Sonia.
Yes.
Phil Caponero. Thank you, Phil.
Yes.
Eric Bersidis.
Yes.
Rabbi Niederman. And
Yes.
Santos Machinelli.
Thank you. Chairperson Fuller. Chair Fuller. I can't hear you if you're.
Okay.
Okay.
Dallas Fuller,
Yes.
Simon Weiser,
Yes.
Del Teague,
Yes.
Gina Barros,
Yes.
Maria Vieira,
Yes.
Sonia Glacius,
Yes.
Phil Caponegro,
Yes.
Eric
Yes.
Bersidis, Santa Michelli,
Yes.
Rabbi Niederman.
Yes. Joel Goldstein.
Yes.
Joel Goldstein, how do you vote for chair?
Chair, Delise Fuller.
Yes.
Vice Simon Weiser.
Yes.
Second Vice Del Teague.
Yes.
Third Vice Chairman Gina Barros.
Yes.
Financial Secretary Maria Vieira.
Yes.
Sonia Iglesias.
Yes.
Philip Canego.
Yes.
Eric Burns.
Yes.
Santa
Michelli. Yes.
Rabbi David Niederman.
Rabbi Niederman. Yes. Thank you. Joel Gross.
Yes.
Mr. Gross.
Yes, I'm voting for Fuller.
I'm sorry.
I'm voting for Fuller.
Fuller. Yes.
Simon.
Yes.
Del T.
Yes.
Boris. Maria.
Yes.
Sonia.
Yes.
Phil.
Yes.
Robert Needleman.
Yes.
Eric Foster.
No. Well, who was the attendance committee vote?
Foster. Third one?
No.
Now, what is the third name?
There's 3 people on the attendance committee: Eric Berzaitis, Sante Michelli, Rabbi Niederman.
All 3.
Okay. Now for third vice, it's Gina Barros or Julia Foster.
Abstain. Oh, hello? Christopher Foster.
I'm sorry?
I was writing down. I'm mixing up. Foster. Julia Foster.
For third vice, Julia Foster. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Sonia Iglesia. Sonia? Sonia Iglesia.
Hold on. You hear me now, Jerry?
I do.
Sorry. For chair, Chairperson Fuller.
Okay.
For first vice, Simon Weiser.
Okay.
Second vice, Del T.
Okay.
Third, I'm abstaining. I'm stuck.
Okay.
For financial secretary, Maria Vieira.
Okay.
Recording secretary, Sonia Iglesias.
Okay.
Member at large, Phil Caponegro.
Yes.
For the attendance committee, Mr. Bruzelli, Mr. Rabbi Needleman, and
Yes.
Mr. Santi Michelli.
Thank you. Moisha Indig. Mr. Indig? Moisha Indig.
He's on the phone, but you don't hear him.
Hello? You hear me?
Mr. Indig?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. How do you vote for chairperson?
Fuller, Simon, Dell.
Okay. Third vice?
What?
Third vice?
Gino Barris.
Okay. Financial
Maria?
secretary? Yes.
Maria, Sonia,
Yes.
Phil,
Yes.
Michele, Eric, Rabbi Niederman.
Thank you, sir. Bozina Kaminsky?
For chairperson, Diles Poller,
Okay.
vice chair, Simon Weiser,
Okay.
vice chairperson, Del Teague,
Yes.
third vice person, Gina Barros, financial secretary, Maria Vieira,
Yes.
recording secretary, Sonia,
Yes.
mayor at large, Phil,
Yes.
and Eric, Santa, Shirley, and Rabbi Niederman.
Thank you. Avram Katz?
Yes.
How do you vote for chair?
Mr. Fuller,
First
Simon.
vice?
Simon,
Yes.
Del Teague,
Yes.
Gina Barros,
Yes.
Maria,
Yes.
Sonia,
Yes.
Philip,
Yes.
Mr. Bazitis,
Yes.
Mr. Michelli,
Yes.
Rabbi Niederman.
Thank you, sir. William Klagsbold?
Okay, Chair Fuller,
Yes.
Simon Weiser,
Yes.
Del Teague,
Yes.
Gina Burrows,
Yes.
Mary Vieira,
Yes.
Sonia Iglesias,
Yes.
Phil Caponegro,
Yes.
Rabbi Niederman,
Yes.
Eric Brusitis,
Yes.
Santi Michelli.
Yes. We're halfway there, guys. Ryan Coonan? How do you vote for chair?
Chesler,
Yes.
Racklin,
Yes.
Del Teague,
Yes.
Gina Barros,
Yes.
Miss Vieira,
Yes.
Sonia Iglesias,
Yes.
Phil Caponegro,
Yes.
Eric Brusitis,
Yes.
Sandy Michelli, Rabbi Niederman.
Thank you. Yoel Landau?
Yes.
How do you vote for chairs?
Fuller, Simon.
Yes.
Delphi,
Yes.
Gina, Mario,
Yes.
Sanio, Phil.
Wait. Financial secretary?
Sanio,
I can't hear you.
Sanio,
The candidate is Maria Vieira.
oh, Mario, sorry.
Recording secretary?
Then Sanio, and Phil.
Okay. At large?
Then Michelle, Niederman, and Eric.
No. Marie, mute your microphone, please. Marie, mute your microphone.
Okay, thank you.
Member at large. It's Mr. Caponegro as the candidate, sir. Mr. Landau?
Yeah, you got my all three? Michelle,
No.
Gina, and Eric.
Are you voting for member at large, sir, for Mr. Caponegro?
Yes, sure.
Okay. And the attendance committee?
Yes. Shelly, Niederman, and Eric.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Marie Leanza?
Fuller, Chair.
Hold on. Got it.
Simon,
Got it.
Del T,
Got it.
Gina,
Got it.
Maria Vieira,
Got it.
Sonia,
Got it.
Philip,
Got it.
Eric,
Yes.
Marcelli,
Yes.
Rabbi David Needleman.
Got it. Abraham Leibovitz?
Yes.
How do you vote for chair, sir?
Fuller,
Got it.
Simon,
Got it.
Deltang,
Got it.
Gina,
Got it.
Maria,
Got it.
Sonia,
Got it.
Philip,
Got it.
Eric,
Yes.
Santa,
Got it.
Rabbi Niederman.
Got it. Thank you. Yoel Low?
Yes, here I am.
How do you vote for chair, sir?
Chair Fuller,
Yes.
Simon Weiser,
Yes.
Del Teague,
Yes.
Gina Barros,
Yes.
Maria Vieira,
Yes.
Sonia Iglesias,
Yes.
Philip Caponegro,
Yes.
Eric Brusitis, Santa
Yes.
Michelli, and Rabbi Niederman.
Thank you, sir. Trina McKeever? Trina?
Yeah,
How do you vote for chair?
Steve Chesler, Dana
Yes.
Racklin, Del Teague,
Hold on,
Gina,
hold on, a little slow. I'm going down the line. Del Teague, okay.
Gina,
Gina,
Maria Vieira,
yes,
Sonia,
yes,
Bill,
yes,
Eric,
yes,
Asante, and
yes.
Rabbi Niederman.
Thank you. Sante Michelli,
Yeah, Chesler,
yes,
Racklin, Teague, Barros,
yes,
Vieira, Iglesias, Caponegro, Eric, Sante, Niederman.
thank you. Toby Moskowitz,
Chairperson Fuller, Mr.
yes,
Son Weiser,
yes,
Del Teague, Ms.
yes,
Gina Barros, Maria
yes,
Vieira, Sonia Iglesia,
yes,
Caponegro,
yes,
the attendance committee members, Eric Zaitis, Sante Michelli, and Rabbi Niederman.
thank you. Martin Needleman, Marty? I can't do this one with sign language, my friend. I can't hear you. I can't hear you. Marty, I can't hear you. If you're having a problem with your connection, I could see you. I just can't hear you. It's impossible to do this vote with sign language.
How about if he puts it in the chat?
No, he'll call me. Call me at the office, Marty. You have somebody there to help you with that? We can't hear you, Marty. You want to call the office? You're muted, Marty. Could you unmute your mic? I can see you're muted. Can you unmute your microphone? Marty? Marty? Can you hear me? You want to call me at the office? 389-0009. 718-389-0009. Just bear with me, everyone, please. I'm sorry. I was having trouble with my audio earlier, too. Marty? Hi. No, that's okay. It happens. It happened to me before, too. How do you vote for chair, sir? I'm sorry? Abstain for chair. How do you vote for first vice chair? Simon Weiser. How do you vote for second vice chair? Yes. Yes, Gina Barros. Financial secretary? Yes. 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 And then the committee is Eric. Yes. And Rabbi Niederman. Thank you, Marty. Take care. That's okay. Have a good evening. Rabbi Niederman.
Yes. You hear me?
Yes. How do you vote for chair, sir, Rabbi?
Chair Fuller,
Yes.
Simon Weiser,
Yes.
Del Teague,
Yes.
Gina, Maria,
Yes.
Sonia,
Yes.
Bill,
Yes.
Eric, Santos, myself.
Yes. Thank you, Rabbi. Karen Nieves.
Jerry, I'm chatting with Karen. She got booted out of her system. She's going to call you.
Okay. You wanna play, Eric? Do you know the Jeopardy theme song so we could wait? Like da 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 da. There we go. Karen? Oh, there's nobody there. That was odd. Eric, if that was her,
She says it's busy, Jer.
No, there's nobody on the phone. Phones are all open. I just answered it. 389-0009.
Got it. Hang on.
Thank you for your patience, everyone.
Okay, she's calling. Blow by blow.
Hello?
Hello?
Karen, how are you?
Good, I'm sorry.
That's okay. How do you vote for chair?
Okay, go through the list.
Yes, chair. How do you vote for chair?
Who's running?
Stephen Chesler, Dialis Fuller.
Oh my God.
Okay.
Jesus Christ.
First vice chair, Dana Racklin, Simon Weiser.
Oh, jeez. Dana?
Okay. Second vice chair, Del Teague. Unopposed. Third vice chair, Gina Barros or Julia Foster?
Gina?
Financial secretary, Maria Vieira. Unopposed.
Maria?
Recording secretary, Sonia Iglesia. Unopposed.
Sonia?
Member at large, Phil Caponegro. Unopposed.
Phil?
Attendance committee, vote for 1, 2, 3, or none. Eric Brusitis, Sante Michelli, Rabbi Niederman.
All three.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mario Domerick.
Okay, it's Dialis Fuller,
Yes.
Simon,
Yes.
Dell,
Yes.
Julia Foster,
Yes.
Maria,
Yes.
Sonia,
Yes.
Phil,
Yes.
Rabbi Niederman,
Yes.
Eric, and Sante.
Thank you. Janice Peterson. Janice Peterson.
Yeah, I'm here. Fuller.
I can't hear a word. I don't know what sounds like an alarm going off. Go ahead.
Well, I'm trying to hold a phone for Bella. I don't know if that's it. Maybe.
Well, go ahead. How do you vote?
Anyway, Fuller.
Yes.
Simon.
Yes.
Bell.
Yes.
Yeah.
I didn't hear that one. Third vice?
Tina Burrows.
Yes.
Maria Vieira.
Yes.
Sonia.
Yes.
Phil.
Yes.
Eric.
Yes.
Sante, and Rabbi.
Thank you. Dana Racklin.
God.
Dana?
Yeah, I was just waiting for everybody
Yes,
to mute.
that's okay.
Um,
How do you vote for chair?
Steve Chesler,
Yes.
Dana Racklin,
Yes.
Del Teague,
Yes.
Gina Barros,
Yes.
Maria Vieira,
Yes.
Sonia Iglesias,
Yes.
Phil Capernegro,
Yes.
Eric Brusitis,
Yes.
Sante Michelli, Rabbi David Niederman.
Thank you. Bella Sable.
She's on the phone.
She has to call the office. If she can't respond, she has to call the office.
Call the office, Bella. Huh? Okay.
Can you just enter the phone?
I was using my phone, but he wants the office.
No, we were getting too much static when she held the phone next to the.
It's better now, but.
You want to? I mean, if you still have it, we could try it. But if we get all that static,
Bella? No.
yeah.
No, it's not. Call the office. Call the office. Okay? She's heard everything all night, but she couldn't get on.
Marie. Oh, here she is. Never mind. Hello, Miss Sab. Miss. Okay, it's. Oh my Lord! How do you vote for chair? Chair for chair. Yes. For first. Yes. 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 Well, you skip. Are you voting for recording secretary? Sonia Iglesia? Okay, for member at large? Member at large, Phil Caponegro. Okay, and the attendance committee? Rabbi Dieterman, Sante Michelli, Eric Brusitis. Eric Brusitis. Okay. Thank you. I don't know what she said. Isaac Sulfur. Mr.
Yes.
Sulfur, how do you vote for chair?
Yalis Fuller, Simon Weiser,
Yes.
LT,
Yes.
Gina Barros,
Yes.
Maria Vieira,
Yes.
Sonia Iglesias,
Yes.
Caponegro,
Yes.
Eric Bezaitis,
Yes.
Santa Michelli, and Rabbi David Niederman.
Thank you. Robert Solano. Mr. Solano? Going once. Mr. Solano? Going twice. Mr. Solano? Absent. Mr. Stewart? James Stewart?
Yes, sir.
How do you vote for chair?
Mr. Chesler,
Yes.
Miss Racklin,
Yes.
Miss Teague,
Yes.
Miss Barros,
Yes.
Miss Vieira,
Yes.
Miss Iglesias,
Yes.
Mr. Caponegro,
Yes.
Mr. Brusitis,
Yes.
Mr. Machelli,
Yes.
Rabbi Niederman.
Thank you, sir. Del Teague. Del?
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Okay, sorry, I got knocked off. Okay.
That's okay.
So,
For chair?
Steve Chesler, and
Okay.
then Simon Weiser,
Hold on a minute. Hold on a
Del
minute.
Teague,
Yes.
Gina Barros,
Yes.
Maria Vieira,
Yes.
Sonia Iglesias,
Yes.
Phil Caponegro,
Yes.
Eric Brusitis,
Yes.
Sante Michelli,
Yes.
Rabbi Niederman.
Yes. Thank you. Tommy Torres. Tommy?
Happy New Year, Jerry.
Happy New Year, sir. How do you vote for chair?
Chair Fuller for chair.
Yes. First vice?
Simon.
Yes. Second vice?
Del Teague.
Yes. Third vice?
Ooh, tough one. Barrows.
Financial secretary?
Vieira.
Yes. Recording secretary?
Sonia Iglesias.
Member at large.
Phil Caponegro.
Attendance committee. 1, 2, 3, or none?
I'll start off with Rabbi Niederman.
Yes.
Eric
Yes.
Santo.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Mr. Vega, in the house?
Yes, in the house.
Yes, sir. How do you vote for chair?
Steve,
Yes.
then Simon,
Yes.
then Del T,
Yes.
then Julia.
I'm sorry?
Julia,
Yes. Financial secretary.
Sonia,
Oh, no, financial secretary. That's
Maria,
it's
yeah.
Miss Vieira. Okay. Recording
Yeah, okay.
secretary.
Sonia,
Yes.
Phil,
Yes.
Eric,
Yes.
Sante, and
Yes.
the rabbi.
Thank you.
Thank
Maria
you.
Vieira. Maria Vieira.
I'm here.
Okay. How do you vote for chair?
Chair Fuller,
First vice.
Simon Weiser,
Second vice.
Del Teague,
Third vice.
Gina Barrows,
Thank you. Financial secretary.
Maria Vieira.
Okay. Sonia Iglesias, the recording
Sonia-
secretary. I'm getting slap happy. I'm
Yes,
sorry.
Sonia Iglesias.
Recording secretary. Member at large.
Phil Caponegro,
Attendance committee.
Eric Brusitis, Sante
Yes.
Michelli,
Yes.
Rabbi Niederman.
Thank you. 2 to go. Last but not least. Not last and not least. Mr. Weidberg. Steve?
I'm sorry.
Steve?
Dallas.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Dallas.
Yes.
Yeah. Simon.
Yes.
Gina. I'm sorry.
Wait,
Del.
wait. Del. Yes.
Del. Gina.
Yes.
Maria.
Yes.
Sonia.
Yes.
Philip.
Yes.
Rabbi Niederman.
Yes.
Eric. And
Yes.
Sante.
Yes. Last but least, Simon Weiser.
You hear me?
Yes. How do you vote for chair?
Chair Fuller,
Yes.
I vote for myself. Del Teague, Barrows,
Hold on. Barrows.
Maria Vieira,
Vieira. Yes.
Sonia Iglesias,
Yes.
Phil Caponegro,
Yes.
and for Rabbi Niederman.
And what?
For Rabbi Niederman,
You're voting for one?
yes.
Okay. That completes the vote, Madam Chair. Just give me a couple of minutes and I will tally them.
Okay,
Is there
we'll
any?
go,
Well, let me just say, is there anybody that hasn't been called, that hasn't voted? Okay.
okay, we'll go on with the
If for
report.
some reason someone can hear me and they haven't voted, again, call the office, 718-389-0009.
Thank you, Jerry. We'll continue with the reports and you can let us know when you're ready.
Yes, and I thank everybody for their patience. I know this wasn't easy, but this is what the law department wanted.
Thank you, Jerry.
Thank you, everyone. Okay, next report, Parks and Waterfront.
Wait, I have to finish my other half.
Oh, I'm sorry, Tom. You had another
okay.
report?
There were only 4 new applications on our last meeting, and we had put a new system into place at the last meeting requiring that the applicants show up to our meetings on WebEx. None of the applicants tried to responded to the office to sign up to speak at our meeting, so we're recommending that all 4 of the new applications not be approved. Motion?
Just ask a question, Tom. Am I allowed to ask a question?
Yes.
I just want, I mean, it sounds a little strange that people would ask for a liquor license and just not show up. How is this notice sent to them?
They're going to get it anyway, so they don't care.
Oh, so they're saying that they knew that they had to come. They just ignored it? Ask me how the notice was sent to the restaurant owners.
I'm assuming, well, they have to send in their notice to us of 30-day new application, and then we respond to them. Marie lets them know that we've received their application and that they need to show up at our committee meeting. And before the committee meeting, they need to send us a copy of our application along with the signed stipulations and plan to be at our meeting. None of them responded. So
It's a lost opportunity in the public forum if they don't show up. So if we could just make sure that there's a clear communication to them how to do it, I just think let's try to make a little extra effort because, like you said, they think they're going to get it anyhow. We're losing that opportunity in the digital forum to give anybody, even whether it's neighbors who have an issue, a chance to speak up. I think
correct. Well, our state electeds have to sort of light a fire under the state SLA. So, the only thing that the state requires is that they notice that they're applying. We created all of the things to respond to the SLA to say what it is that we're doing. So we're going to tell the SLA that we're voting to not approve them because none of them responded. So maybe the SLA will start saying to them when they show up at their meetings, did you respond to the community board? And if they say no, they'll send them back to start all over again.
Hopefully it happens. Thank you for the clarification.
Yeah, it's a struggle, let me tell you.
But I would like to make the motion to approve the committee recommendation.
I second the motion. Bożena Kamiński.
Okay, a motion has been made in second. We don't have Jared to call the roll call, so I'm just gonna do it verbally. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
The next meeting is January 26th at 6:30.
Tom,
Go through the.
Wait, we didn't ask if anyone was against.
Tom, I didn't finish.
Thank
Sorry.
you.
Tom, I didn't finish.
Sorry.
Anyone against?
Me.
Abstentions? Motion carried. Continue, Tom. Somebody.
Forgive me, trying to get out of here. Anyway, the next meeting is January 26th. There's 17 new and 16 renewals. Please go through them. If you know any of the people, tell them they need to be in touch with us. If you have any issues with any of those, please let us know, okay? Thank you.
Tom, anybody that's not speaking, could you mute yourself? A question for Tom?
Not all of us. The ones that are.
Yeah. You need to prepare for your inauguration party.
Anybody that's not, next, committee report is Parks and Waterfront. Anybody that's not speaking, please mute yourself.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Yes.
Good evening, everybody. We had our committee meeting on January 7th. We did have a quorum. I want to thank my members who came and all. One of the first items on our agenda was the 470 Kent Avenue waterfront promenade. You might have remembered that from our December meeting. We were not happy with their design, so we decided to send a letter to Mr. Mark Vigorino, the developer at 470 Kent, demanding that the design of the Esplanade adhere to the spirit of the 2009 Waterfront Design Guideline Text Amendment. It calls for direct access to the water, softer edges and surfaces, curved linear design. We also want to add to the comments that we didn't care for the seating design. They didn't include backs on the chairs, so we thought that was another element we'd like to address to him. And also in that, we were sending copies from Councilman Lentil's office, Lentil's office, DC Chair Lako, and Parks Commissioner Silva, all supporting our situation. So with that, I'd like a vote. I'd like to get a motion and a vote on that, please.
What exactly are you asking for in the vote?
To send a letter to the developer.
Okay. Everybody understand the vote? Can I have a motion, please?
Chesler makes a motion.
I second that.
Sonia, okay.
Motion made by Chester, second by Sonia. All in favor?
Aye.
Against? Against? Abstentions? Motion carried.
Okay, and the second item on our agenda was Clausen Avenue Triangle Park. Members of the community came by. They would like a letter of support from us. Sent a letter to the Parks Department that they want to do some upgrading in the Clausen Triangle. They want to replace the sidewalk. They want to upgrade the trees. They want to add some fencing. And across the street, they want to upgrade the playground across the street by adding some playground equipment. So that's the motion, Madam Chair, to send a letter to Parks in support of the community direction.
Okay. Can I get a motion?
I make a motion, Teague.
Second. Rosado.
Motion made by Del T, second by Eric Cassius. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Against? Abstentions? Motion carried.
And the last thing I'll talk about today is we heard this despicable situation that's going on in state parks. We will definitely make a meeting to meet with Leslie, but I think right now, maybe right away, we should send a letter to the governor saying how our displeasure with the situation there, with the lack of community input into it. I'd like if we could get a motion on that so we could get that letter out immediately and go from there.
Make a motion, Steve Chesler.
I second.
Phil, you might want to include the state elected officials in that.
Without a doubt.
Yes, definitely.
Without a doubt.
Chair, I
New
second.
York State Parks Commissioner.
Yes, Silver and all the state officials and even our council people. Let's let them know what the situation is here.
Okay, you want to send a letter to all the elected officials and the mayor about the state park, but no community had no community involvement.
Right. And definitely the governor. He's the main one.
Yep.
The governor.
Governor is definitely the main one.
It's going to the governor with the CCs to everybody else.
Yes.
Exactly.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Against? Abstentions? Motion carried.
That's it. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Phil. Okay, next report is land use. Del?
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me? Yes?
Yes.
Okay, so I don't have anything to be voted on. I just want to, before we even start, until we are able to use the save the date, part of our website, I want to mention again to everyone that land use meets the first Monday of every month, unless that Monday is a holiday. And as far as I know, that doesn't happen in the next year. And please, people are invited to attend. We want community input. So, as you know, we continued our discussion with city planning about getting more flexibility with our available zoning tools, and wanted information about what was going on with the change in the zoning tools available to the Gowanus area. So Alex Summer, Carenza Wood, and Alexandra Patty Diaz were present from City Planning, DCP. And then we were also joined by Richard Barrack from the Borough President's Office, Ben Solitaire from Councilmember Levin's office, and Asher Freeman from Councilmember Reynoso's office. Now, I want to just say that all of the people representing DCP and the borough president and our council members expressed the unequivocal availability to now work with us to come up with ideas for rezoning and in our district. And it seems like it's a good time because as Alex Summer went through his lecture on zoning and talking about Gowanus, he did say that a number of things about our zoning are outdated. And so we thought this is a very good time. And so another reason why I welcome people who are not committee members to come to our meetings. So we've attached, Rabbi, I think maybe you should mute yourself. So we've attached the presentation that Alex gave us, going over to the charts outlining the meaning of the zoning. What do you call it? The use groups and the parking requirements, and also you can find the Gowanus plan. It's very easily found online. And then, of course, there's the North Brooklyn study that we should all, or anyone interested, should familiarize yourselves with. So as far as the Gowanus plan goes, it's not official yet, but the overall plan has been, the goals are to provide more affordable housing, new jobs, facilitate community resources like more open space and parks and schools, and to fix up their waterfront and clean up their brownfields. Now, all of these amenities are going to be balanced by essentially allowing larger building envelopes. So the priorities for the Gowanus area are not necessarily the same as ours, because we have a tremendous concern about the package, getting larger packages for our buildings. However, that doesn't mean we can't really look at it and take a good look and see what we might want from Gowanus. The other thing that we discussed were the idea that special permits finally might be required for new hotels. So as you all know, we've been asking for this for ages and ages. And so this is a proposal to now have the hotel applicants have to get approval of community boards and go through the whole special permit application in mixed use and commercial districts. There is going to be a scoping meeting on January 22nd at 2 p.m. and I've asked the office to find out how we can have access to that meeting. So I just, and again, I did want to make sure that this was going to be treated like other special permits, where they're going to have to come before the community boards, as well as before, of course, the borough president and the council. And they assured us that they would. But I think that I know a number of us, I think, are going to want to check out that scoping meeting. So for future discussions, the committee agreed we would familiarize ourselves with the Gowanus plan, the North Brooklyn study, and then we can start talking further about the geography of our district and what our wants are for zoning and uses throughout the district. We also discussed the possibility of going back to that idea of having a more equitable arrangement for the IBZ businesses that were not included in that 14-block rezoning around 25 Kent Avenue. Richard Barrick would, I think, be a very valuable resource, and he's very willing to work with us. And we also agreed to explore with city planning and the borough president's office and the council members the possibility of requiring developers to provide support for off-site open spaces, and also enforcing unmet conditions by developers who are supposed to be providing space for community facilities like the Vail Hotel and who have not. So that's it in a nutshell. And that's all I have for my report for tonight.
Thank you, Dale. Jerry, you're ready with the calculations, right?
Yes, whenever you're ready.
I'm ready.
For chairperson, Stephen Chesler, 14 votes. Yalis Fuller, 32 votes. For first vice chairperson, Dana Racklin, 13 votes. Simon Weiser, 34 votes. For second vice chairperson, Del Teague, 47 votes. For third vice chairperson, Gina Barros, 38 votes. Julia Foster, 7 votes. For financial secretary, Maria Vieira, 47 votes. For recording secretary, Sonia Iglesia, 47 votes. For member at large, Phil Caponegro, 47 votes. For attendance committee, Eric Berzaitis, 46 votes. Sante Michelli, 46 votes. Rabbi David Niederman, 47 votes. Again, these votes will be recorded in the minutes for the January meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Jared. Thank you so much, everyone, for your vote. I look forward to working with you for the next few months, and hopefully we can get a lot done in these unprecedented times. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
And
Land use? Yes.
Dallas, just wanted to congratulations.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. Next item is land use subcommittee. Trina?
Okay, the landmark subcommittee.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. We learned at the committee through a landmarks application that the Williamsburg houses that there's a collaboration between a developer, the RDC development, and the NYCHA, the Williamsburg houses, for an interior and exterior, a complete renovation. And what was brought to us was just the windows, part of the design for the exterior. And but I think, first of all, we were surprised to learn about the renovation, that a major renovation to a NYCHA project was coming to the community board as a landmark application for the windows. That was the first that we did. And the windows themselves were really a hallmark of the original design. The Williamsburg houses were built in the 30s, and it's a great. I mean, it was one of the first affordable housing projects in the country, and the design themselves was very lauded by architects. And what was so special about the windows was the elegant, the very slender mullions, the steel windows, the steel casement windows. The windows that were replaced in a renovation in the 1980s, but the development itself wasn't landmarked until it was landmarked in 2003, with a lot of the renovation from the 80s, which had compromised a lot of the original design. What the architects brought to us was a design for aluminum windows that replicate a lot of the design elements of the original design, but the committee found that in the design package, the drawings for the windows were incomplete, and there were questions about how closely they did replicate the original design. They also were in aluminum and not steel. There were very specific questions about the design itself, and also questions about whether or not they had screens. The architects asked about child safety, and there were a number of other questions that came up that they were answered in a way that was satisfactory to the committee. But the fact that the window design itself was not one that the committee, we didn't feel like there was enough information, but really what the problem that the committee had was that we learned that there hadn't been adequate outreach to the tenants of the buildings. And so what we decided was not to vote on it, but to hold off and ask the the architects to come back with the window design to the next land use meeting, and also ask the project manager and the people involved in the project to come either to the board or to the housing committee and explain more about the whole benefit. And that's it.
Thank you, Trina.
Question.
Yes.
To what extent, can you hear me? I'm sorry, Marty Needleman. Yeah. To what extent have they consulted with the tenants at all?
Well, they said because of COVID, it's been very difficult. They did send to the board after we had met. They sent a copy of what had been sent to all the tenants, and that, I don't know, was that shared with the whole board, Marie, or was that just sent with the landmarks committee, land use committee?
That was sent to the committee.
Okay, maybe we can share that with the whole board.
Is the Williamsburg housing going through a PACT or RED transition?
No.
I don't think so. We ask, one is obviously the housing authority is not telling you the truth, because there have been all kinds of meetings with tenants and the housing authority. When they want to meet, they know how to do it. And so that's not acceptable. But could we, from the point of view of your committee, I don't know if there is there a sign in front of Williamsburg houses that this was the first public housing and et cetera, about its heritage? And it seems to me that that's a pretty important thing to have noted in a very clear way on the grounds of Williamsburg houses. It's like seeing them show this public housing at the Brooklyn Museum and other things, but I don't think we've made a whole fuss about it locally.
I don't know if there is a plaque. There should be.
Yeah, but it should be outside and very visible to the whole community that this is, you just read was beautiful about what it is. We should ask them to put it up. They have enough money, no matter what they say, and they can do it. But the tenants should be invited, the tenant president, to that next committee you have to bring a delegation as discussed.
Hey, Madam Chair, may I be recognized? This is Julia.
Wait,
Yes.
Trina, let
Yeah.
me I just want to say that the tenants president was invited to the next committee meeting. She has not responded yet.
Okay.
Madam Chair,
Yes, go ahead, Julie.
I don't have a question, but I'm sorry for the echo, people. I attended the Williamsburg meeting, and the residents were not informed about these windows. It was like it went over them. They talked about everything else but the design of the windows. I questioned that, and they stated because something with land, not land use, land something doesn't give them permission to share that information with the residents.
Wow.
So I had an issue with that, and they said they're coming back to land use and discuss it with them, because they want a letter from the board. And it was a lot of things that the residents are not aware about. Not knocking the TA president, but she was not on that call. She was not at that meeting. They're having a hard time meeting with her. So I don't know where to move from there and how to reach the residents in regards to this issue.
It's not just the windows, it's a whole renovation.
It's a whole lot of stuff
Interior
they're not
and
aware of.
exterior.
They are not aware of.
Nicholas
sat through the whole meeting.
But St. Nicholas led the last
It's very
renovation.
easy to have a town hall meeting at IS 49, which is right in the middle of Williamsburg houses. So it's been done many, many times. So why they don't do that is shocking.
And also St. Nicholas did the last renovation. So I think to talk to Frank Lane, all them, they were involved with Williamsburg houses for years on renovation. And they got on their board of St. Nicholas Alliance. There are leaders from Williamsburg houses that are on the board.
Can I make some additional comment, please?
Who are submitting the application? NYCHA?
Can I make some additional comments?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead,
Oh,
Santa.
sorry. No, I want to say about, I understand it's a landmark application, of course, you know, as a committee, that's what we analyze in the window. But because it may be resident and people who lives there, you know, and we care also about that, as Trina has mentioned, something very important. The moment we change window, and probably the window were there before, they're even not appropriate. You know, the beauty is that this is a nationally recognized landmark. So the fact it was landmark in 2003, there is a reason. So despite the fact that there are those are public housing and budget may be restricted, those houses deserve the same treatment historically in terms of what kind of replacement window they get than any other building will get. But what it can change there, and I believe the resident of this building needs to be aware, and so this is an open conversation, is the feature that come with a window. Something I want to make clear, for example, something was mentioned there, I mentioned that night, is screen. They didn't even contemplate the idea of having window screen in a place where we are infested with mosquitoes. How can you imagine that somebody can never open the window? One. Of course, they're thinking of installing some sleeve for the air condition because many of the tenants, they pay for their own air condition. This is a critical issue because change that design. But I think what it is more important, that those windows are casement windows, and they're fine. But there is a rule in New York City that the window cannot be open more than 4 inches. Now, in a time where we talk about energy efficiency, not being able to use the window in terms of opening them entirely, you can only crack them for 4 inches. It means that you have to use air conditioning all the time, even when it's not necessary to use air conditioning. And what about when there is a power outage? People suffocate inside this apartment. And the big organization have been trying to advocate, and I'm going to say this here because this will come back again, but people need to be aware, you may be able to opt and have an option because they put a lock on the cranking system, they open those casement windows, but if you have no children and you have no issue.
We can talk about this at the committee.
Okay.
Okay.
I was trying to make something publicly, people to be aware that the window has features that may impact their quality of life. Maybe
I think it's very important, Sante, very important.
Very important.
Thank you.
Do you think
It's important to note.
should write a
I think
letter
it's
to?
important to note. If I can say something. I think it's important to note that besides
One person speak at a time, please.
I'm sorry. I think it's important to note a couple of things. One thing is that the Williamsburg Houses is the second oldest project in the United States. But the other thing is that a lot of the issues are access, how they come in, what the process would be, not just the physical thing, but how they're going to do this, because there's huge amounts. I know in other developments that there's been problems in terms of non-consultation, non-arrangements made with the tenants in terms of access and working it out, and it's extremely difficult very often for people, and very often because they're because they're minority people and they're low-income people, it's forgotten, it's ignored. And I think that it has to be a big fight because these things go on very often without consultation and concern about the tenants.
Glad you brought it up, Santos. Very
I
important.
would like to, Mr. Gross, I would like to add something. Question is right now, what is the condition from the windows? Is leaking, the broken windows? You have to find out the condition on the windows. If it's raining or when we have a winter storm, high wind, if the windows is not secure or old, then the question is the resident will suffer. That's the main question what we should focus. Number one is tenants are suffering, if we need to make windows, and then how to communicate with tenants. Now, we have to know also if NYCHA was sending that request came from NYCHA or from a contractor.
You know, there's a note in the chat from Evelyn and Cruz that I don't know if everyone can read it. Maybe should I read it out loud? Because I think it's important. It says, Williamsburg Houses is going through an RAD PACT process. Numerous meetings were held in 2019 at the Williamsburg Community Center. A management firm and local provider, St. Nick's, has been selected. Our office is monitoring this process. The selected management group has been visiting units and looking to close on this project spring, summer. Our office, Evelyn Cruz's office, is meeting with the new property manager to discuss. COVID-19, unfortunately, has disrupted the project, but the Congresswoman remains vigilant of the NYCHA agreement. The developments will be transitioning from public housing to Section 8 developments. We electives been advocating to protect all the residents. I would be happy to share more info on this program. That's a lot more information that was brought to us by the architect and the management person. So
There's a lot of questions about RAD, by the way. That's another whole thing. Really bad. And Nydia Vasquez is on the public housing stuff.
Thank you for the information, Evelyn. Send it to the office and we'll get it out to the board members. Is there any other questions? Trina, does that?
I just want to, Del Teague, I just want to encourage people who are interested in this to come to our next land use meeting, because we can then confront them with more specifics. But we were very concerned about the lack of them having reached out to the tenants.
Can I just?
Could be a joint committee, Del. Is this a joint meeting with housing?
May I speak?
Yeah, I was trying to get her information. She just gave out. That's all.
Can we ask
May I
Evelyn
speak, Madam Chair? This is Maria Vieira.
Yes.
So if I may add that at the end of that meeting, we did discuss bringing this to Rabbi Niederman to gauge whether or not it would be useful to have a meeting with the tenants, the NYCHA tenants of the Williamsburg houses, being that the rabbi chairs the housing committee. This would probably be the best way to assess whether or not, how informed the tenants of the Williamsburg houses are of all of these changes, which I presume they're informed, because, you know, NYCHA does do some sort of provide some sort of information, especially when they're doing the RAD, but how happy are they with this process? How much do they know? How involved are they? And how much information is actually being provided? So Rabbi, if you please, if you're willing to call that meeting. Thank you.
So I'm still asking, can we have all three committees have a joint meeting on this? From the beginning, we have the preservation to the housing to the ULUP. It should be a joint meeting. And with all the people, and with RAD, because RAD is another whole thing.
Evelyn, is this a PACT or RAD development?
Whatever it is, there's problems on both sides, Joel, right?
Yeah. We went a couple months, we went to the PACT.
Yeah. I know you did.
So Trina, I don't know, you know, and I don't know what other
Maybe
people
we should
want.
invite St. Nick's, since Evelyn is saying that St. Nick's was chosen as the local provider, which means they're going to be providing the social services on site.
So remember that the right now at our next meeting, at our February meeting, we will again be reevaluating the windows, and that's the extent of what they're coming to us for. But I think that it would be wonderful if Rabbi Niederman and perhaps other people from the housing committee would come, and if St. Nick's would come, that would be excellent. And anyone who wants to come. Now, again, we are at this point only discussing those windows, but we were very concerned that we were concerned about some of the design, and we had our own concerns, but we were also concerned about the fact that they hadn't even asked tenants if they wanted to have window screens, and we didn't think they were making any kind of a good faith effort to reach out to the tenants at all.
And this is why I'm saying if all three committees do a joint meeting, we can go beyond windows. We can talk about windows, but we can talk about the preservation, and we can talk about RAD and what RAD is doing.
So Jan, that's fine, but we have to deal with the windows. And if the other committees
I
could,
think someone should read what Evelyn is putting in the chat.
Evelyn's a panelist. She can speak.
Jan, I think that's a housing committee. I think Rabbi Needham should call a meeting.
Madam Chair.
Needham should call a housing, yes.
Madam Chair, we've brought Evelyn Cruz into the meeting.
Okay.
Hi, everyone.
Hi,
How's everyone? This is entertaining to listen to all this discourse about Williamsburg houses. I just want to thank all of you for your service this past year, and I hope you all had a good holiday. Personally, for me, it's been very challenging. I don't know if you know, I lost both my parents last year. So I'm just trying to get my feet back on the ground in the community. And so, now I'm just going to dig into work. That's what I have to say.
How's the Congresswoman doing, by the way, after her event?
She is in Washington tonight. They are starting to vote on, the invoking of the 25th Amendment. We know Pence is not going to stand for it, but this is a process we must go through. They're literally standing on a crime scene. I mean, you know what's happened. And every hour we're getting more video footage of what really happened on the interior of the halls of Congress. And so, we know that with the incoming president, there's going to be severe, punishment and further arrests. I think you heard today they arrested about 70, have already been charged out of the 170 that were arrested, and more to follow. And so it's going to be a new day on the Capitol grounds. They're going to have metal detectors. So now when you visit, you got to go through metal detectors. There are Congress members that are talking about bringing their own weapons to come to work, which is a little, daunting. It's a little scary. But in spite of that, the Congresswoman has been busy, working. She introduced 2 bills just last week, which was the public housing bill. We're hopeful that with this new administration, we can all fight to get public dollars for, public housing development. And she's asking for $70 billion, of which about 32 or 35 billion could be dedicated to New York City. So that's one of the key things. And the other piece is the COVID funding. I believe her bill is for, I forgot the number, several millions of dollars or billions for COVID. To bring resources to our local nonprofit organizations and healthcare providers to help with the rollout, mental health, and social service component. So we're thinking that's going to go through smoothly. And so, that's what she's doing now. But one of the key things we've been monitoring is this whole issue about RAD and PAC. The member is not a fan of RAD and PAC. This is a program that was approved and passed through the, President Obama's administration. And what it does is transitions public housing properties like NYCHA developments into a Section 8 kind of program. So, and the reason why is this, when you are living in public housing, every tenant is paying 30% of their income goes to the rent. There is no other subsidy. With Section 8, it federalizes the development. So the tenant will continue to pay 30% of their income, but now the management will be able to get a federal subsidy for the unit. So let's say if the unit is worth $1,000 and the tenant only pays $200, then the federal government will pay the management company the $800 in subsidy, so to speak. And the reason why this is being done is because NYCHA developments cannot refinance. So it takes an outside, a private, nonprofit private entity to do that. And that's what's happened here with most of the RADs throughout New York City. So in spite of our efforts, to kind of curb the the ratting of public housing, it has not been successful because there has not been sufficient monies allocated to public housing, and families are really living in bad, deteriorating conditions, including Williamsburg houses. And so this is what's happening. I think Mr. Gross is on the board, and he can share, I guess in one of the meetings, for 2 years, the agonizing, numbers of meetings and information, and Berry Street House is the same thing. They have completed their processes, basically. They've gotten new boilers. They've installed the piping to stop the sewage back up into their buildings. I toured numerous apartments. They've gotten new kitchens, new kitchen cabinets, new bathrooms, new roofs. And so, it's hard to say, but many of the tenants, are happy that they have a decent unit now, and others, are still complaining about the kind of contractors that are sent to these developments. And that's something that we continue to monitor. And so that's kind of it in a nutshell. Williamsburg Houses is unique because it is a landmark property since 2003. And the other thing is that it's also under the federal monitor because of the lead situation at Williamsburg Houses. So the new property manager also has to remediate the lead issues throughout the development. And they've been testing for lead for about 1.5 years now at the development. So they have visited, I think over 1,000 units from our report early this year or mid this year of units that they tested with children. Any unit that had minors in it, they've tested. So they have to report to the federal monitor, and whoever assumes the management has to remediate it. So remediation alone is millions of dollars. So I know that I sent the press release, and I just sent you guys the press release as well. When they announced the new property managers, it's Wave Crest Property Management. They have a few buildings in Manhattan. They have some in the Rockaways. They did the first conversion in the Rockaways. And so, like I said, the Congresswoman, this is something that NYCHA did agree to. We were all in conversations. I know Assemblywoman Davila was at many of those town hall meetings at the Williamsburg Community Center, as was I. I think Tommy Torres attended a few of them, if I recall. But it's not enough. It's not enough because I know that this is very complicated. Residents, are all concerned. Are they going to be relocated? Are they going to be kicked out? And that's why we're all at, that should not happen. It is not part of the plan. And we're going to keep our eye on the prize, making sure that these tenants stay in place. And I think, that's where it's headed. Unfortunately, unless someone can come up with $35, billion or, I think Williamsburg Houses alone needs over $100 million. If that can happen, then, it shouldn't be raticized. But it is happening. Like I said, we are not a fan of any of this transition, but we are also seeing, and communicating with tenants, like some at Jonathan Williams, like, other developments in our district, that they are at least happy that they're getting heat. Repairs are being made. And unfortunately, we know what's happened with NYCHA. So that's it in a nutshell. Does it help?
Evelyn, isn't there a new blueprint going through Albany that people are?
We're not even supporting that. So, like I said, that is happening. Yes, I think they tabled that. I could be wrong. I know that there was a lot of opposition to that in Albany by community activists, public housing residents.
But the leaders of public housing are not in favor of RAD.
Right.
So there's a big fight going on. Everybody should know that. There is a citywide organization of public housing that people can talk to. We don't decide by ourselves in Williamsburg.
Right. That is correct. That is correct, Jan. And we don't decide that either, right? The tenant associations and the residents, have been reached out to, and we continue to reach out to them. And I know that Councilman Reynoso has also been at, talking to them and met with them a year ago, and we were demanding, because what happens with these property agents, they come and they bring their own entities, like their own CBOs and, outsiders that don't know our community. And
Right.
so, we were like, no, it's got to be local. It's got to be job training. There got to be job hires. So there is a criteria that they need to meet.
Yeah.
But I do, like I said, the mayor, NYCHA has already, the new chairman, they've engaged in this process, and they see that, until they get the billions of dollars from Washington or the state or the city of New York, that this is the path they're taking. And the chairman, from our conversation with the member and him, he would rather not do that. But there, at the state level, remember, at the state level, there were over 21 developments that were basically orphaned, right? That didn't get 1 cent from the state. And so they were borrowing funding from all these other federal developments to band-aid problems. And so, at the end of the day, Washington started chipping away at public housing funding, and then no line items coming in from the state for it, and then the city doing what it can. There just wasn't enough over the past, I would say maybe 8 years, 10 years that we've been fighting this front. And
Yes, but
now,
the corruption too. Let's get to the corruption of the housing authority.
oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, the Congresswoman, held field hearings on the corruption part. That's the least of it. But the point is that, when I visit a unit, especially, in some of our developments, the conditions are horrible. And the work is not being done. And so where do we find the money? So that's the debate that we have right now. But that's where we're at. I guess Mr. Gross has become an expert as Rabbi Niederman, because I know Rabbi Niederman gets the complaints, and Mr. Gross hears it from his tenants and independents, and we can point to the positive things about it and the negative sides. But the key thing is that we all have to be vigilant and making sure that these tenants are, protected, that they stay in place, and that if they're going to get renovations, that it be done, respectfully and decently. So this is what we know. I'm going to share the press release that the mayor put out on this project. I'm surprised you guys didn't know this, but I will gladly share it because it was put out February of 2020. And so it's been an ongoing project for about, I think, 2 years. So my understanding is that they're going to be going into closing soon. Because of COVID, it got delayed. We are still waiting for the P&A report, which is the physical needs assessment, which they submitted. And it reports what are the needs of the buildings. And then they have to comply with the federal monitor, legal, what do you call it? The monitor's ruling on, on getting rid of the lead. So that's one of the things. So I hope that was helpful. Too much or helpful, one or the other.
Thank you so much, Evelyn. And if you can get that information to the office, and we can get it out to the other board members.
Yes,
And Rabbi Niederman, thank you so much. Rabbi Niederman, you need to call a meeting with Housing and Public Housing Committee to start talking about this issue. So when the money do come through, you'll know what you want to do.
Thank you, Evelyn.
Evelyn,
Okay.
I would like to comment, just share information. As right now in the process, our development went through, again, after the conversion with the new management, a new screening for lead. We find around 50 apartments positive with lead, included mine apartment. And the last couple of years, I know NYCHA was doing testing. We all know no lead in Jonathan Williams Plaza, but I was shocked to hear our development has right now confirmed around 48 or 50 cases, lead positive cases. And they have right now a plan how to deal with it. And they're jumping on it in the next week on it, and building by building to deal with the lead. And regarding the voltage, the federal monitor is working on mold and lead. Regarding the mold issue, so what we was doing over here, we was going to the source why we have mold in the apartment. Number one, leaks from the roof, leaks from windows. So this was changed. Then they went to the piping, leaks from piping from waste lines. And they changing multiple pipes, changing the heating system pipes as well, where we have a lot of heat. Number three is the ventilation system in the bathroom. Our ventilation system is also a TGA. The entire ventilation system is not working. It's full of dust. Cleaning them out, changing the ventilation system, and cleaning the exhaust. We have no complaints on mold as of now. That's the benefit of what we see from the past, curing the mold in our development. One of the benefits. Evelyn, I would like to ask you about regarding the windows. If you have any knowledge the condition for the windows in that development.
I think Evelyn is gone. Trina, does that conclude your committee report?
Yes, it does.
Thank you. Next committee report is Economic Development Committee. Toby?
Yes, how are you?
I'm good, thanking yourself.
Okay, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
You really need what is a very unified, well thought committee. We appreciate your guidance. So, I'm going to be brief because it's getting very late, but we had a number of people from the EDC, the Economic Development Corporation, speaking about a range of programs. I know that today I saw some emails went out with announcements. Some of what they told us about just getting started. There was $500 grants available for businesses, and there's also a lot of resources, both people looking to get online, freelancers and digital agencies that are donating their services, and also a partnership with the American Association of Architects to help restaurants that are looking to design code compliant spaces. So I would encourage everybody to report, and some of these emails were sent around by the community board to distribute it to businesses and business owners they know, because there are a lot of resources, both financial and otherwise, even before the federal money. This is a lot of money that's already been allocated with partners for all kinds of support services. Sort of, we also had whoever's making noise, mute your line. We had a member of the community, Joseph France, speak about different tips for tenants in terms of dealing with landlords on commercial leases. And he's offered his services if anybody wants to ask specific questions. And then we had another member of the community, Jay Solly from Sustainable United Neighborhood, who's worked very closely with all the elected officials in the community through a space he actually has in my building at 215 Moore Street, reporting on ongoing efforts. So everybody should be aware that there were about 250,000 meals given out through the building right across from Bushwick houses. And right now that program ended, but they continue to do there were things before Thanksgiving, before Christmas, that involved distribution of food and various uncooked food, and that those efforts continue. So I think the email address was left, but it's also for anybody that's aware of members of the community that are struggling with lack of employment and dealing with food issues. We're continuing to work together to try to bring different resources to the community, specifically in through the efforts at our building near Bushwick houses. And I would also ask that the committee meeting was attended by myself and Karen Nieves. Everyone else is asked to please participate in our committee. And also, if there are members of the community that are aware of resources for individuals that relate to employment opportunities, and also resources at the city, state, and federal level for local small businesses, if they could bring it to our attention so we could help spread the word and get more information as these programs come through. That's it.
Thank you so much, Toby, for all that information.
can we commend that report? That was an excellent report, Toby. I did read it, even if I wasn't there. It was really helpful, and it would be good if we could get some of our small businesses to join your committee. It was really good. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that. And again, reiterating, if anybody has ideas or are aware of either city, state programs or nonprofits that are bringing resources related to unemployment or resources for small businesses, feel free to communicate with us and please come and join us and participate in these meetings. There's a lot of things we can do together as a community to help both employees, employers, and local small businesses.
Thank you.
Toby.
Alice, I just want to say thank you to Toby. It was a really well-run meeting and she did a great job. And I wish there was more committee members. So please join. This is important. You know, economic development, our businesses, small businesses. It's really important that everybody attends and gets the word out. And thank you, Toby. Again, it was very, very well done.
And thank you, Karen, for always being there. We need more people to participate.
Toby.
Thank you. I encourage all members of that committee to go to these meetings because the times that we're in now, we need all the resources we can get. So the more we come together with this committee and try to get resources in the community, the better off we'll be.
Yeah, Sonia, I saw your question. We're working on the dates. I'm gonna let everybody know what the dates are for the next meetings because there's so much work we need to do together. And I see Tommy was asking a question, sure.
Yeah, no, I just want to say thank you, Toby. I know the work that's coming out of your building at 215 Moore. So thank you for the thousands of meals that have been coming out of your place with your organization, Sustainable United Neighbors. I've been working with them through the holidays, through all this pandemic. So thank you, Toby, and Jay over there. Thank you.
Anybody on that, just one last point. If anybody is interested in getting involved, we're constantly doing food drives where we're getting donations from farmers and others. You can reach out to me or to Jay. And he's also run programs to help clean up in the neighborhood. You know, Tommy was part of, we're doing game night now, socially distanced with masks. People really are looking for ways to connect with the community. But there's a lot of activity going on there. And we'd love to have everybody get involved.
Thank you so much, Toby. Sound like you're doing an outstanding job for the community. I really appreciate it. And also, I know somebody asked you about your next meeting date. I know we sent out a notice last week. We're asking all the committees to get their dates in for the year. So we'll know when you're having a meeting. So if you can get that information to the office, we would appreciate it. Thank you. Next item is transportation. Eric.
Thank you, Chair Fuller. Good evening, everybody. Happy New Year. So we had a rather long meeting, and I'll try to condense it as best I can, given the hour. We were able to get the commanders of the 9-4 and the 9-0, representatives from the fire department and sanitation, as well as DOT, to talk about open streets and how they've been dealing with open streets, what their experience has been working with the coalition that is come together to maintain the barricades. A lot of the information was not new. That there were a lot of complaints, more so in the 9-4 than in the 9-0. The 9-0 doesn't have as many open streets as 9-4 does, so they've been able to replace broken barricades where they happen on a more regular basis. Haven't had really many 311 complaints from residents south of Metropolitan Avenue, or at least they haven't since the summer. Complaints are down now in the 9-4, but they are still getting complaints. I'm just trying to run through this. Fire department, unfortunately, the community affairs officer was there, but the captain could not get on mic, so we really couldn't have a direct discussion with him. But we'll try to reach out to Captain Gannon and get some more information on him. But there wasn't any, nothing really stuck out so far. There either haven't been enough calls that are on an open street or any EMS calls that have been a problem with the barricades actually causing a life-threatening condition. But we're going to keep talking to the fire department and EMS to make sure that that's not a problem. There have been some issues, but typically there was not, from the community affairs office anyway. They have seen problems citywide in other areas, but not in our district. There have been a lot of complaints about litter on the open streets. And we did get a commitment from the Community Affairs and Sanitation to do a ride-along with the mechanical brush trucks on a couple different streets, Berry for sure, probably Russell, probably West Street. And we're going to take a look at what the issues are with cleaning the street portion. Obviously, businesses and landlords are responsible for cleaning 18 inches out into their curb. And there's been because of COVID, with alternate side being so wacky, it's been hard for them, and people are kind of lax about moving their cars even when they need to. And there's tickets are down also for alternate side cleaning. So we're going to follow up with them as well. To see how they're dealing with it, and just wanted to make them aware that there are a number of complaints about litter, particularly over the spring and summer, but they're continuing. And there was some discussion about there was a long discussion. This was like a 2-hour discussion, so I'm just really kind of hitting the points that will be followed up on. There's been some concerns about speeding. Unfortunately, the police department can't write for under 25 miles an hour, even though it's a 5-mile suggested speed limit for the open streets. There was some criticism of DOT for their survey, both in that they have, and I'm going to put it in the chat for everyone, the survey links. They're now in, they just came out in Polish and Spanish, which was a concern of the committee. And the other, the English survey has been out. There's some concerns that it's a little skewed towards pro-open streets. There's, I wasn't able to submit mine. I tried twice, even after the call, and it did not go through. So there's some technical issues with that survey. But I will be putting it in the comments so that people can, and please distribute it to those that you know that do live on an open street or near it or have an issue with it one way or the other. And I'll do that now. So I think the biggest takeaway is that we're going to follow up with the 9-4 and the 9-0 for specifics on what kind of complaints came in, and then we're going to, and fire department as well, and sanitation, and then we're going to work with them over the next couple meetings to kind of find out what the biggest complaints are. Obviously, there's a lot of pro open streets folks that are turning up for the meetings, and we expect that, and they do have a coalition. But we want to make sure if this coalition is really going to do the work to fill in the gaps for all these agencies, that it's really a coordinated effort, and that the people that are upset with the open streets are at least satisfied that their concerns are being addressed, and that the people that love the open streets get to enjoy them as they are designed. But we all know that this was just thrown at DOT by the city. Not to give them a pass really, but you know, it was not ideal. It was thrown at the last minute to address COVID, and now we're, as one of the attendees said, you know, break first and then fix, and that's kind of what we're dealing with now. So we will be following up with all the agencies to get more information, and then at the next meeting, Captain Fahey at the 9-4 and Captain Vasquez echoed this a little bit. They need direction from us as to like how we want to like go forward and work together to get this done. So that's probably going to be the focus of the next Open Streets meeting at the February Transportation Committee meeting. I'm really glossing over a lot. It was a long conversation. So the report reads like a transcript. So it's line by line. So it's a pretty quick read. So I'll ask anybody that's concerned about it to really go through, get back to me or any committee member about issues that they want to bring up at the next meeting on Open Streets. I think that pretty much covers Open Streets. We went on to talk about safety conditions at Wythe and Williamsburg Street, East and West. We did learn from Captain Vasquez that he has put in a request for a bike stoplight, as well as some additional striping and paint to go down, and also looking to solve the problem of voters cannot see cyclists coming out of that tunnel, the overpass. And so he's trying to address those problems. He is writing tickets at that location, but it's not, for whatever reason, in his top 10 of priority intersections. It's probably 11 or 12, not to diminish their concern for it, but he is going to look at his deployment and see if he can make it more of a priority for his patrols. So we were grateful to hear that. We're going to also follow up with DOT to see if they have actually are processing his request, where that is, and we'll get more information on that for the next meeting. There was some talk about buses parking in the bike lanes and using it as a bus stop. Captain said he would look into that. It is not legal. We got that right from DOT, that it is not legal to do that. So that's a problem that really does need to be addressed by enforcement. In the meantime, hoping to get Jersey barriers or some other impediment so that the buses won't be able to do that, but that's more of a process. But we're going to follow up with DOT to see if that can happen sooner than later. Let's see. I think that was basically the shift of that, is that we're going to keep looking at this issue at this intersection. DOT is going to do another reevaluation of the area based on prior meetings that you've all sat through and heard me talk about. But they don't have a date for when that next iteration will be ready. And this would, and if I understood Rhonda correctly, that this will deal with the actual issues at this intersection rather than the exit off the BQE and all the other ancillary streets that we all know are a problem down there. Then we talked about bike safety. Both captains, bless them for staying the whole 3 hours, stayed and said, the ticket writing tickets are down, but they are writing more for motorists. The summonses that they're writing for bikes are typically riding the wrong way up a street, running lights, and the takeaway for me, and I think some of the others, is that, and something that we've said a million times, is that education is key, but then also design. Infrastructure design needs to be how we fix those cyclists that are, for whatever reason, not obeying the same rules of the road that the motorists need to follow. One of the director of, or not the director, the rep for Transportation Alternatives mentioned there's a Senate Bill 905 going up in the Senate right now. I don't have that link readily available. So it's to allow cyclists to proceed at a yield at a stop sign, and after a yield at a stop sign, and then to make a full stop and stay at a red light. So that legislation is moving through the state Senate right now. If I can find it before the end of the meeting, or if Will or Steve has that, to put it in the chat, we'll do that. And then there was no old business, new business. Ryan brought up that there was another fatality at the intersection of Graham and Metropolitan. A motorcyclist was fatally injured around Christmas. This is the second accident within, I think, 2 years. So that's going to be an agenda item on the February committee. We'll be talking to DOT about what can be done to improve safety at that intersection, which we all know is treacherous. Or at least most of us know it's treacherous. I think it's treacherous. Okay, and then that's it in a nutshell. It's not a long read. I'll encourage everybody to read the report, and I'll be putting the links for the surveys, the Open Street surveys, in the chat. And if anybody has any questions, or if any committee members want to amend what I said.
Eric, I have a question. Del Teague.
Yes, Del.
Are there any issues with the motorized bicycles riding in the bike lanes?
I asked the commanders about if there was a difference between the tickets they're writing for delivery vehicles, which are the majority of the e-bikes, versus City Bike and just our usual regular residential cyclists. I don't know how you put that. He will. That's one of the things that he's going to get back to us on. That I've asked for a breakdown, and if they even make that distinction. He wasn't sure, but it's my feeling, I guess, that and I work in food, and we work with seamless drivers and stuff like that. They are racing to get I'm sorry, Metro and Driggs, not Metro and Graham. Sorry, Metro and Driggs, the accident with the motorcycle. They are racing. They're under so much pressure to get these deliveries through, and it might be something where we have to sit down with restaurant association or something like that to take the pressure off. I don't know what to do, but it feels like the e-bikes are more likely to run a red or whatever. I mean, that's just anecdotal. I can't really say for sure, and the captain could not say for sure. So hopefully, Del, we can suss that out and figure that out.
Okay, thanks. I just wondered if it's a safety problem for the regular bike riders, and I don't know.
Sure, and this is something that Tom has brought up from the inception of the e-bikes, and I agree. They run fast. You can't hear them.
Yeah.
So it is an issue.
Thanks.
Okay.
So, Eric, just to be aware that in Europe we have a different definition of in terms of speed. So does electric bike go a little bit too fast? I use a city bike, the electric assisted. It is not that fast. In comparison, you are against racing a motorcycle with one of these. And I believe that's the issue. Maybe because there is this issue of encroachment in New York City, everything happen at the same place, right? The delivery, the track, the bike, the regular bicycle, the pedestrian, and now even the cross street. It's a lot, and maybe additional compromise that have to come into the picture. But I have to say,
design, which is really the thing.
And I close it here. I try myself to give some input. I wasn't able. The system didn't work, But a lot of the residents may have a non-necessary positive comment. We have an issue of outreach from the DOT. I wasn't able to attend your meeting, but I believe there is also something not very democratic that is happening. It's a beautiful idea. I'm European. I grew up in, you can go in Rome, in Paris, but it's a different context in New York City, because when you have a 50-story tower with 2,000 people, you have other issue of traffic. So Open Street is a beautiful concept, but it needs to be looked urbanistically, deeply. It's too superficial. That's all. Maybe there is a different place we can talk more about this, but that's all.
Sure. And, like I said, this is going to be a continuing issue into the spring on the agenda for the Transportation Committee. I just want to address Austin in the comments. I'm not trying to make a distinction to penalize necessarily, a delivery cyclist versus I don't know what cyclists that are just going to work, commuters, etc. But I think if there is an issue with e-bikes because of their specific physical design, and if the operators are under a particular pressure, then maybe that's something that we can fix, and just to make it safe for them, right? So I mean, that's the ultimate goal, is to keep it safe for all road users, and that includes delivery cyclists. Look, they kept us alive over the summer delivering our food. I love those guys, but
yeah,
they're under pressure. So
absolutely.
And I'm sorry, I'm trying to cut and paste the links into the chat and it's not working. So I don't know why not, but I'll try to fix that before the end of the meeting.
Eric, may I speak? My cam's not working, so I can't wave you down.
Yeah, sure, Ryan.
So I wanted to bring up the motorcyclist that died at Metropolitan and Driggs. We spoke with the officer, and that was this motorcyclist it was in July. He had the green light, and he was going on Driggs, and an SUV NYPD from the 90th precinct ran him over and killed him in response to a 911 call. The 911 call was a fake call about a man with a gun starting a fight at a restaurant that one of our neighbors called in because they didn't like the noise at 7 p.m. on a Friday. And this man paid because someone didn't like the fact, used 911 as their own personal sort of, I don't even know, lameness. And when we spoke, the captain of the 9-4, because the accident happened in the 9-4, it was an officer in the 9-0. They can't really speak about the officers because the family is suing them. But I had said I really wanted to talk about fake 911 calls and sort of this thing. And she suggested she was willing to come, but we decided it wasn't a transportation thing and probably something either for the full board or the public safety. But I definitely want to put this on everyone's radar because it happened and it sort of didn't people may have seen the memorial. It was up for a long time, but he was a nurse. He was working during COVID. He was driving legally and he got killed. Again, it's still undetermined if the NYPD was negligent, but our neighbor that called in the fake 911 call was definitely malicious. And I definitely think it warrants a discussion because the restaurant they called on is a Black restaurant that was new on the street. And a lot of people don't like the fact that Black people were lining up outside. And this is a real deal thing. And it's so disgusting. I'm so enraged. And I really think that we as a community board have to not let it be swept under the rug.
Thanks, Ryan, and we will be taking it up. So either in our committee or in public safety, I'll talk to Tom about it. Anyone else? Okay.
Does that conclude your report, Eric?
Yes, we're looking at Tuesday the 5th or Wednesday. I'm sorry, Tuesday the 4th or Wednesday the 5th for the next meeting. I've talked to Maria about it, and I'll have an update by the end of the week. Thank you all very much.
Okay, get your schedule in with your meetings for the year. Okay. Maria Vera, she didn't put in a report, but she wants 2 minutes. Maria, you got 2 minutes.
Don't kill me because I know it's after 10 o'clock. I just want to say that the board received notification from OMB that there's going to be a reduction to the board budget because of COVID, so that we have to reduce spending for this fiscal year by $3,600. I did request a meeting with the board budget committee. Unfortunately, the notification came in on December 22nd. When I received the notice, I sent out a request to meet. And of course, it was during the holidays. And I mean, I tried, but I kind of knew that it was going to be a failing attempt because, everybody was out, doing whatever it is that people do during the holidays and very well deserved. So I just want to bring it to the board's light that there is this impending reduction of the budget, and there is a reduction of the fiscal year 2022 budget by $8,153. So that one is a lot more significant. $3,000 is significant, but I really don't know how it's going to impact the board in terms of if it's something that affects personnel expenses or OTPS, but we shall, perhaps the board budget committee can meet next month, and then I can come back with a real report to you guys and not just something that I'm like spousing because of an email that I read through a chain. So thank you so much. And that's it from me. I don't want to delay this meeting any further. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Maria. Parks minute as written. Public session. I think we got some speakers for the public session.
Okay. Let me see if they're still here. Jennifer? Jennifer Haggerty? Jennifer, can you hear?
Yes, I can hear. Can you hear me?
Yes, you're very low though. Can you speak a little louder?
Oh, I'm sorry about that. Okay, how about now? Is that all right?
Yes.
Okay, great. Good evening, committee members and fellow attendees. So my name is Jennifer Haggerty. I'm a graduate student in public health at the CUNY Graduate School of Public Health and Health Policy. I'd like to thank Community Board 1 for the opportunity to speak before you this evening. As both a student and servant of public health, I'm requesting your support to address a grave problem that lies at the intersection of food insecurity and the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, or SNAP, accessibility in our communities, especially during a pandemic. There's a 20% gap in SNAP uptake among eligible individuals in New York City as of late. Current and prospective SNAP consumers are systemically deterred from receiving the assistance they need by numerous obstacles, one being the immense difficulty they face in simply acquiring sufficient information throughout its processes. Improving the accessibility of basic pertinent information can help to ensure that fewer eligible individuals are obstructed in their pursuit of these vital benefits. A viable starting point in the form of City Council proposed legislation number 221 would require all New York City Department of Social Services and Human Resources Administration facilities conspicuously post appropriate signage inside indicating standard application processing times and information regarding applicants' right to a fair hearing, as well as how to request one. Although several nearby SNAP offices are currently closed due to the pandemic, it is crucial that this remain a high priority. Therefore, I urge you to please help promote the accessibility of basic information at SNAP offices by advocating for proposed legislation number 221. Thanks all very much for your time and attention.
Thank you. Next speaker, Marie.
The other gentleman, he doesn't appear anymore on the call.
Okay. Do we have any electeds that want to speak?
Yes, you do.
Thank you.
These are representatives from the elected officials.
Call the other speaker anyway, please, so it'll be in the minutes.
Okay, Daniel Grossman. Daniel Grossman. He doesn't answer.
Call the electeds, Marie.
Yes. Looking for Katie Brennan, but I don't see her. Katie? Katie Brennan? Okay. Well, the next person is Mr. Cerna, Ed Cerna.
Good night, I guess, everybody. Happy New Year. Edward Turner, Brooklyn Borough Director for the Mayor's Office of Community Affairs. Just wanted to quickly talk about vaccines. So yesterday, New York City administered over 26,000 doses of the vaccine, and the city is on track to hitting its goal of 175,000 vaccinations. Today, the mayor announced that a new mega site is coming online in Queens. That's going to be 24/7. It's at Citi Field with an ability to administer anywhere between 5,000 to 7,000 vaccinations a day. And the goal for sort of hitting that benchmark is going to be January 25th. Just some other sites, mega sites that are running 24/7. They include 125 Worth Street in Lower Manhattan. And for Brooklyn, we have Brooklyn Armor Terminal in Sunset Park. Today, the governor also announced, this is sort of like a state announcement, but it goes together. The governor announced that individuals aged 65 and older and those folks with underlying conditions are now also eligible for the vaccine. So I would highly encourage folks to go online to see if you fall under any of those eligibility criterions, so you could go get vaccinated. Just some links. You can find your nearest location to you and make the appointment online or through the phone by visiting vaccinefinder.nyc.gov or by calling 877 VAX for New York City, which is 829-4692. If you are calling, because we all know some folks are not tech savvy, you can call the phone system between 8 a.m. and 9 p.m. 7 days a week. But by the end of the week, we're going to have that system going 24 hours a day. Just, again, bear with me. Some of the questions we've received in conjunction with the vaccines is that there are some long wait times. But just for some figures, when the benchmark was at folks 75 and older, like the 1B that opened up on Monday, we were talking about 660,000 people. And now that we've lowered that criterion to folks age 65 and over, it's going to increase the wait times even more. Our additional vaccine sites are coming online every day, and so you should check the city's website to make sure that you have the most up-to-date information. Insofar as seniors and vaccines, DIFTA is working with NYCHA and other RCBO partners such as Hispanic Federation, Asian American Pacific Islander Federation, AARP, and JASA, and more to make sure that we're making 60,000 calls to seniors every week to make sure that they're getting the vaccine. So it's been a long meeting. I'll conclude with, there was an FBI warning that there's continued violence, that there's a threat of continued violence at state capitals. Right now, there are no specific threats directed at New York City. But if, anything comes up, we'll be sure to let the public know. Other than that, congratulations to the officers that were elected today. I'm looking forward to working with everyone this year, the last year of the administration, and take care. Thank you.
No, Edwin, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Sonia Iglesias.
Mm-hmm.
I work for Senior Center, and we have a training this morning with Department for the Aging. What I cannot wrap my head around is that we are calling the older adults, 75 and older, and they were told that they make appointments. But I can't understand is they make appointments, but you have to wait 4 and 5 hours. Why give appointments then? Time an appointment. I don't get that part. And they have to wait 4 or 5 hours online, these older adults.
You might catch the bus outside going that way.
That is a good flag. Thank you for bringing that to our attention. I don't have a ready response on that. As I said just earlier, it's a lot of more people are going. The system is being built as we speak, sort of flying the airplane as we're building it. But I'm definitely going to take that feedback back to see, or at the very least, let the vaccine command center know that this is what we're hearing on the ground, if there's something that can be done.
Thank you.
I think that.
Thank you, Edward. Does that complete the speakers, Marie?
Yes.
Thank you so much. Is there any old business? Is there any new business?
It's Trina. I've got a question. Are we going to be able to address the question that came about people that come to our meetings our WebEx meetings not being able to see other attendees and also only being able to read the chat from the panelists and not chat from other attendees. I know that you'd answered Katie Napoltarski's question with an email saying that it wasn't possible in WebEx, but can we look to something else? I just think for transparency, it's really important to be able to do that. Other community boards have figured it out.
We spoke to the tech. I've addressed it at this point at the best I can. We're still looking for ways to make this work better for everyone.
Okay.
And I would hope that Michelli would start his outreach committee, and that would be one of the things that they would work on.
Can I say a few words?
At this point, Trina, I don't have anything else to offer at this point.
Okay, well, I'm glad that we're still as a board, we'll still look into it. So that's
Well, we'll still pursue it. We want to make this experience as seamless as possible.
okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Michelli, you want to say something?
Yeah, Madam Chair. Can I say just, I know it's late for everybody. I spoke with Marie a while ago. Few fellow members, board members have expressed interest in participating in the outreach committee. Toby Moskovitz, Tion Brooks, Erin Drinkwater, and Janice Pedersen for now. Probably I misunderstood the process as I'm new at that. I thought I was waiting for Marie to have a date on the calendar that would not interfere with other committee members that have other meetings. So I'm waiting for that so we can start having a meeting. And definitely, I had other comments from the community. There is definitely several issues about outreach. There is liquor license. There is like, a small business. There is an issue with how you participate, and also our issue how we let the community know about things beyond the current capability of our boards. So it will be very interesting. I can't explore all of them by myself, but so we're just looking forward to have a time, a date, so we can officially be put on the calendar. And also, so one issue that I've been asked to bring tonight, why do the date of our meeting come back just 3 days before or 2 days before the meeting? There's any way we could change this? So, we internally know that there is a meeting a week before, but it would be great so people can plan around, for different issues. That's all.
I need a list of people that you said want to be on your committee. I haven't seen a list.
I thought you already had the list. Maybe it was a misunderstanding when I spoke with Marie, but today Jerry clarified. I will send an official email directly to you. But are Toby Moskovitz, Tion Brooks, Erin Drinkwater, and Janice Pedersen.
Okay, send me the list.
I will send an official list. Okay,
thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
I understand Ben Solitaire is here and he wants to speak.
He can unmute himself, yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Ben.
Okay, sorry, I know it's late. Just I wanted to applaud the work that the Land Use Committee is doing, and they're looking into manufacturing in the area and land use issues and trying to do some comprehensive overview. As Del said, happy to participate in that process. But the committee is asking a lot of good questions and happy to offer whatever support we can. Participatory budgeting is actually still going on this year. It's been a little bit low key, and we've been trying to get the word out. There's only 3 districts in the city. Well, there's one in Manhattan, but we're not going to mention that. There's 3 districts in Brooklyn that are doing PB. The only 3 that kept doing it throughout the pandemic. Our district, Brad Lander and Carlos Menchaca. So we're a little keeping the PB flame alive. There's a town hall on Tuesday night. It's on various social media on Thursday night. Sorry, Thursday, the day 2 days from now. About PB, the citywide process as well as the districts. All the information is at stephenlevin.nyc for his process, or you can email me. Deadline for idea submission is the end of the month. And we're only doing expense projects, not capital this year. And Happy to talk about the RAD programs too, if that happens. We share 3 of the districts with Evelyn, and we have one in the other end of our district. Very complicated question, but happy to be part of that conversation. So thank you for everybody. Congratulations to everybody who got elected tonight. We look forward to working with everybody on the board in 2021.
Thank you, Eric.
Ben.
Ben, I'm so sorry, excuse me.
It's okay.
I'm tired. Is there anybody else have anything?
Yeah, sorry, Dialis, someone in the chat is asking when the recordings of these meetings will become available online.
Jerry, Marie, can you tell us how soon we can have this ready? It'll be tomorrow.
As soon as we can get it up to, it'll be on YouTube. So there'll be a sheet with on our website that has the links on it, but it'll be on YouTube, and usually it takes 24 hours to do. Okay.
Okay, thank you so much, Marie. If there's nothing else, can I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion.
Motion.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, second.
I second.
Stay safe, everybody.
Good night. Stay
Good
safe.
night.
Stay
Good
safe.
night.
Good night, all.
Stay safe.
Good night, everyone.
Night. Lasts for several hours.
Everybody.
Good night. Oh, what a mess.